Yes, it's all about the position that we find ourselves in, which is tenuous to say the least. You know that people keep going on about how it'll be a piece of cake to do deals with other countries once we release ourselves from the evil European overlords. Well, we're trying to negotiate just such a very thing with Japan at the moment. Our friends in Japan are sitting around a table with us, and they are they're very disappointed. Very, very disappointed indeed. They've sent us into the corner to think about what we've done. In a little glimpse of what it's going to be like bobbing about in our lonesome, depending on others to do us a favour, Japan is seeking tougher concessions from us in trade talks than it secured from the EU. Oh, no. Which is the exact opposite of what everybody on the far right has been saying about how easy it's going to be to do a trade deal. Get David Davis on the phone and he'll explain how easy it's going to be. The Japanese want tougher concessions from us. Us. Oh, us. I'm just going to say us. I've tried saying us, but it just doesn't... I just can't do it. It's not in me, and it won't come out. Not that way, anyway. Yes, so Japan are going to extract much more from us than they did the European Union. Why? Because the European Union's bigger than us. Negotiations between London... if I never hear the word negotiations again, it'll be too soon. The negotiation... Hey, Mrs. M, how are the negotiations going?
Oh, fabulous.
Meanwhile, negotiations between London and Tokyo are being slowed by a looming risk of a no-deal Brexit. Blimey, it just gets in the way of everything, don't it? And because we will be desperate, Japanese trade negotiators are confident that they can extract better terms than they wrested from the EU. And who would say that? The Financial Times. That's who. But what do they know about money and trade? This is as UK officials attempt to line up post-Brexit trade deals around the world. And I've got good news. We've got at least two. At least two countries are on board and are fully compliant with everything that we want. And I'll mention those two countries in a minute. You'll be delighted. It's a great step forward. The true blue fundamentalist Brexiteer ultras line about how the world will bend to our will because we're British, damn it, is shown to be just so much phony patriotic flag waving. Apart from this good news that I have. So Japan and the EU began trading under new free trade agreements this month, an agreement that will be unavailable to the UK after Brexit. Just for them, not for us. And officials from the UK and Japan are seeking to agree a trade deal between them and us. Because the EU's all right, they're on board with Japan, the fourth largest economy in the world. I think so. They're much bigger than we are. Huge. And so UK wants some of that good Japanese money too. Some of that hot trading action. And so they're sitting around a table trying to agree a bilateral deal. But, and it's a huge, giant, wobbling but, it's not going to be in place before March the 29th, when Britain is scheduled to leave the EU. Oh, can you even wait? What glory awaits us! And we may be reverting to World Trade Organization tariffs because of a no-deal Brexit. Not crashing out with a no-deal Brexit, because I'm not allowed to say that anymore. You have to say sailing out on a cloud of perfume with a no-deal Brexit. Apparently it's unpatriotic to say the word crashing now. It's against the law. So we're trying to agree a trade deal with Japan, which would be tremendous and huge. And we may be on WTO rules because we won't be able to get any of this done by the 29th of March. Who are we kidding? Trade deals take years and years and years and years and years and years and years. As opposed to what most of the ERM and their various acolytes seem to think, is that it's just two people meet in a pub, say, you all right? Yeah, I'm all right. And that's it, done. What they know about trade, you could write on the back of a till receipt with a paint roller. And the millionaires like Jacob Rees-Mogg and people of his ilk think that WTO rules are going to be great, because they're not going to be affected. Not going to make no difference to them whether their butler has to pay more for the weekly shop or not. They'll just write him a cheque. And the Department for International Trade told business leaders this week that time was running out for Britain to roll over trade deals with about 60 countries that the EU has free trade agreements with. 60. 60 trade deals we've got to organise. And if we manage to do a trade deal with any of them, of course it's going to miss the deadline. It's not going to be there in time, so it'll be out on the WTO rules, apart from 2 countries. Now, you ready for the good news? Because there's been plenty of bad news. Okay, so here are the good news. Here are the good newses. The majority of deals are expected to miss the deadline, except 2 countries that we actually have a negotiated deal with, and they are Chile and the Faroe Islands. I bet if I went into the street with £1,000 in actual money, nobody would be able to point to the Faroe Islands on a map. That cash is safe. One attendee at the meeting between Japan and the UK trade dealers. Do we actually have any trade negotiators yet? I don't think we do. I think it's a very specialised and particular skill, and we haven't got any. Well, we got David Davis. One attendee at the meeting said the lack of clarity about the UK's trading position with the EU after Brexit had held up progress, and that the Japan-EU deal included a most favoured nation clause, and that means Tokyo can't offer anything better on trade in services to Britain than it had given to the EU. So it doesn't matter if we get on like a house on fire. They still aren't going to give us a better deal than we would have had if we had been inside the EU. Still, I'm sure Nigel Farage will be delighted.
I'm a nutcase.
0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's at LBC. Jane in Liverpool says, in London, do you get on a buzz or a bus? You can say it if you want. Well, sometimes I get a buzz on a bus. Does that count?
Groovy.
Oh, the smell of it. And they should bottle it. Eau de bus.
He's a good person.
Thanks, Donny. You're the best. You're the best, worst president ever. Here's a furious call in Northern Ireland. Hello, Frank.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great,
Okay.
mate.
Yeah, so the thing is, for me personally, did you hear that?
What?
That's okay. Chewbacca is my message tone. I got a message came through there, so I heard Chewbacca in the background. I apologise for that. Yeah, so...
well, let's hope that that's the weirdest thing that happens on this call. I don't know if it will be, but we'll find out.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, probably not really. Yeah, but I think the whole issue is that I'm quite disappointed in you and your
Me?
Yes. And
what have I done?
Well, I mean, I appreciate the fact that you are LBC, and I'm quite new to joining you, but I've rang in a few times to different shows, including Nigel Farage and whatever,
Yeah. Who else?
Do you know what, man? I don't know their names. Because you know what?
But you called them anyway?
Yeah, but that's how much you mean to me. I don't know your name, but I'm disappointed in the rhetoric that you are spouting.
Who, me or the radio station?
Your colleagues, and on this particular occasion, you.
Right.
Okay, it's like, what is the date? Why can you not see, instead of trying to spread fear, why can you not see that Brexit, if it was with a strong leader, is nothing but a plus. Okay.
Well,
So
what leads you to that conclusion, Frank?
well, here we are. Here we go. Easy, right? So, the Brexit. What's that? So you're making a cup of tea in the background.
A nice cup of tea, yes.
Oh man, that'd be awesome. I'm gonna. Do you know what? If you hear any noise from me, it'll be me making a G&T. You enjoy your tea. I'll have a G&T, okay?
Right.
So here's the thing, right? So the divorce bill is £39 billion.
Yeah, peanuts.
No, it's not peanuts. It's £39 billion.
Yeah,
okay?
peanuts.
That can do a lot of good for the United Kingdom. All right.
Yeah, we're making a big deal about a relatively small amount of money, 39 billion. So what?
Okay. So
I mean, you know how many days it would take the government to make 39 billion pounds in tax receipts? I mean, do you have any idea how much 39 billion pounds actually is?
No, but so would you consider that 15 billion is significantly less than 39?
Well, I'm not sure. I'd have to do the maths.
It's either yes or no. 15 billion is either.
Well, you're asking me to do mental arithmetic. It's beyond my ability. I don't think I can do that, Frank. And you can't prove it one way or the other. That's a fact.
Yeah, of course I can. 15 billion is significantly less than 39
Well,
billion.
I could get experts on this show that could say the exact opposite. Well, let's just agree that it's something that can't be proven one way or the other.
You can't. Right? Less than 50% is less than 50%. You can't prove otherwise, okay?
Right, well, these are just numbers, and nobody believes in numbers or facts anymore.
Well, maybe. Okay, but if the UK government were to offer, as I said to Nigel Farage last night, offer to buy the votes for the lowest 15 economically stable countries in the EU.
Buy the votes.
Buy the vote. Say, Theresa May come along and say, you vote for what I want. The EU has come along and said, this is what you will have. And Theresa May comes back and says, no, actually, I think you'll find this is what I want.
Yeah, that's what a negotiation is. One side says what they want, the other side says what they want. Most of the time they agree to disagree and meet somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, love what you're saying, yeah. And that's what needs to happen.
Well, that's what is happening.
No, it's not happening, because here's the thing. This is the point, right? Is Theresa May has the money. The UK government has the money to buy the votes, to buy exactly the deal that the UK needs to leave on a strong footing, right?
Frank, how many G&Ts are you in already?
At the moment, listening to you, I wish it was one more than I've had.
Yeah, me too.
Okay?
Maybe you wouldn't have been able to find the phone. As a great step forward in democracy, we're going to buy the votes from the European Union smaller countries. Is that what you're saying?
Do you know what? It's all well and good for you. No, don't dismiss it. The EU would not allow that to happen.
Nobody would. Buying votes. Exactly. What are you talking about?
Exactly. The EU won't allow it to happen because it will allow the other financially strong countries to do it. Theresa May needs to stand up and say, look, you either give me what I want or I will buy the votes to make it happen, and then other countries will also buy the votes to leave the failed EU federate state.
Frank, what are you talking about? Buying votes? What are you talking about?
Mate, how can you not understand that? If the UK was to offer Greece £1 billion,
yeah,
in favour for their vote, now, do you think they would take it?
It wouldn't make any difference one way or the other. It's got to be a unanimous vote, Frank.
It doesn't have to be unanimous. It does
have to be unanimous. That is exactly what it has to be. Unanimous.
Yes. But,
so, wow, that didn't take long. From, oh, no, it isn't, to, oh, yes, it is, in about 2 seconds flat. That was easy, Frank.
It doesn't.
Well, I'll wait till you mix yourself another drink. See if you can straighten your thought.
As soon as the other countries put the yellow coats in France, for example, put their voices into action, it's done. The UK is the strongest position possible. Sorry. Do you think that, hello?
Okay. You know what's really alarming is that this country is following that guy. We've decided as a nation that we're not really interested in facts or truth or intelligence anymore. We're just going to follow whoever shouts the loudest. Whatever crazy idea that you can come up with, please jump to the front of the queue because we're interested in your thought. Even if you haven't got one, we're still keen to do whatever it is that you would like us to do. We're buying votes now, because, that makes as much sense as anything else that we've heard on this issue. Oh, my God. And he was upset with me? I've heard that so many times. People who call in, and I wonder if James O'Brien gets this. Probably not. He being the bigger show. But the amount of times people call in to me and say, you and James O'Brien, I've never heard such bias in my life. And I was saying this to Jacob Rees-Mogg and Nigel Farage just the other day. Of course, they aren't biased at all. God, I mean, how many people do you want on your side? And just that very phrase, you and James O'Brien, indicates to me that for 23 hours a day... No, wait, how many hours a day are there? 24. For 21 hours a day, they're hearing stuff coming out the radio that they agree with. And they assume that it's not... Well, they don't even think that it's biased if they agree with this. 21 hours a day is not long enough. They want 24 hours a day. Only then will they be happy. Only then will they think that this is not a biased message that they're getting. God. 24-hour a day, Nigel Farage. Every day, all day.
I'm a nutcase.
Count me in. As long as I keep getting paid, that'd be great. Carol says, every day brings more bad news. I heard today that no-deal Brexit means Brits return to hefty mobile roaming charges travelling around the EU. That's right. So what you have to do there, Carol, is not travel around the EU. We're not leaving to go back in. Mr. Dodge says, far right. Oi, hang on, I'm old and left, and I voted out. You have a twisted and blinkered outlook, old chap. Don't old chap me. I'm not saying only the old and the far right voted out, although that is a pretty good assumption if you're going to bet one way or the other. If I said, I've got in a box here. If Noel Edmonds came on TV and said, I've stuffed somebody in this box, and they voted out, what do you think that they're going to look like when I open the lid? Apart from dead, from a lack of oxygen. It would, if they voted out, you'd be more likely to say they were old and right-wing. Because that's the most likely scenario, isn't it? I'd actually pay a lot of money to see Noel Edmonds do that show. Who's with me? Show of hands. Bia says, you are funny. I am not. But how can you say with a straight face that we should cede power and suck up to these rude, sanctimonious, intransigent people? People, oddly, is italicised. Like I'm supposed to emphasise the word people. Whereas I would have thought that rude, sanctimonious and intransigent would be the emphasis in that sentence. Says, do you want your kids to grow up in a world where they answer to Donald Tusk, the poisonous, puffed-up no-mark? Oh, Beer, stop reading the Daily Mail. It's affecting your mind. And why is it that people think that just because the EU are standing up for themselves, that they're doing that because they're being mean to us? For crying out loud. It's actually the it's just, how can I put this so that I won't upset the greatest number of people? It just seems a bit rich for us to think that that every other country on earth should bow to our will because we're British. Damn it. Don't they know who we are? I mean, that's exactly what that is. Standing outside a nightclub, having been refused entry, shouting, don't you know who I am? Oh, what's that? Oh, people.
Oh, people was italicized because it was tidied up.
Oh, I see. That was your word for whatever it was that Bia says. Well, there's no point in in swearing beer.
Be polite!
A little bit more politeness in the world wouldn't be amiss, don't you think? You idiot. I had no idea I was going to say that. Sometimes I surprise myself, which is, you know, alarming. Milan says, summary of this week. Leaders who had no plan on how to exit the EU safely went ballistic when a politician called out leavers who had no plan to exit the EU safely.
Affirmative.
That's exactly what just happened. People are furious at Donald Tusk for saying something that was completely correct. That's the position we find ourselves in now. The whole world's gone insane. Oh, and we also found out that the colour of Donald Trump's face is completely natural and a result of his superior genes. Which is an issue that I delve into.
Please hold the line. I'm trying to connect you.
Yes, I'm trying to connect Martin in Farnham. Martin.
Hi, Nick. How you doing?
Great, mate.
Yeah, well, I think that the rest of the world seems to be doing pretty well outside of the EU.
Are they?
Now, I've lived here for 15 years, and I'm moving back to Australia in a few months.
Oh, no, don't go.
Well, I've given the UK a good go. I'm British now. But the salaries are bigger. There's fewer people. They've got tough immigration laws. And, you know, Australia's doing better than Britain, and it still trades with the EU, but it doesn't have, you know, Brussels making its laws. So I think that's you know, if Australia can do it, why not Britain?
Ah, yes. Okay. So, which laws are you particularly chafing against?
Well, for one, who's allowed to stay in your country? You know, like when there's a criminal in Australia, it's an Australian judge in an Australian court that decides whether they get deported or not. Whereas in the UK, it's a Brussels judge.
No, that's not true. But that's completely untrue. We can make our own decisions about who it is that stays and who it is goes. Particularly, we can make our decisions about who from outside of the EU stays and goes. And we seem to allow more. Well, not seem to. We do allow more people from outside the EU to come in than from inside the EU.
But the European Court of Human Rights, that's not a British court. That's a Brussels court.
No, the European Court of Human Rights has got nothing to do with the EU.
Well, then why is it called the European Court if it's got nothing to do with the EU?
Well, there's lots of... there's a Eurovision Song Contest that doesn't have anything to do with the EU either.
Well, that's right. So the point is that...
Which, by the way, I think Australia are allowed to enter. How the hell is that even legal?
Because Europe's lost the plot. It's quite simple, you know. Britain.
Well, I don't think Australia being able to enter the Eurovision Song Contest has anything to do with the Donald Tusk. I don't think that he is responsible.
Well, Tusk is upset because Britain is the second largest donor in the EU. He's worried because who's going to pay his pensions? Germany's in recession. The French are rioting.
Well, Germany are not in recession. There are some people in France who are rioting, but then there's some people in Britain who are stabbing each other. Does that have anything to do with the EU?
Well,
not everything that happens in Europe has anything to do with Donald Tusk.
Well, he's upset because Britain is
and people in this country aren't upset. People in this country are so upset, Martin. You're leaving. You're leaving to go to a country that you couldn't go further away if then you'd have to leave the planet to get further away than Australia.
Because I'm poor. I taught for 10 years. I've not had a pay rise for 10 years.
Right.
I go to Australia.
Has that got something to do with the European Union? Is that their fault too?
Of course it does. Yes, of course it does.
If you didn't get a pay rise for 10 years and it's the European Union's fault.
Everything's interlinked, Nick. Why have I got 8 Polish people living next door to me? And why do my neighbours that are British have a mother that's 60 and 2 sons in their mid-30s living at home? Because there's not enough housing. Why isn't there enough housing?
Yes, why isn't there enough housing?
What? Well,
go on.
Britain has an open border with half a billion people.
Wrong. Britain does not have enough housing because successive governments have not built enough houses since the Second World War.
And whose job is it to build houses?
Well, it is the job of the government to build houses that are rented for council tenants, and it is the government's job to okay developments in the places where NIMBYs would raise an objection, and it's the government's job to provide housing and shelter for its citizens.
And where does the government get its money from?
The citizens.
Right. So what you're saying is that British citizens should be paying. So my neighbour, who's worked her whole life and paid taxes her whole life, should be building a house for the 8 Polish people to live in. Is that what you're saying?
No,
Because that's the government, isn't it? If the government is going to build a house, it's the taxpayers, it's my British neighbour that should be building a house for the 8 Polish people next door. And by the way, Nick, I'm Polish as well, and my partner's Polish, and we're both British, so there's no element of racism here. It's just the question.
Well, it sounds a lot. It sounds a lot like it.
Well, how can I be racist against my own family?
Right.
And you still haven't answered
I don't
the
know.
question,
You seem to have found a
Well, I
way.
can't be. Well, I can't be, Nick. And what you've pretty much said is that my neighbour that's British should be building a house for the 8 Polish people next door. It doesn't make any sense.
No, what you're saying doesn't make any sense. If Polish people have come here and have contributed more to the economy
But
than...
they haven't, because they're on minimum wage, Nick. They're earning £8 an hour. How much are they paying in tax?
I'm not talking about.
£1,000.
I'm not talking about the people who happen to live next to you. I'm talking about the bigger picture. I don't know the people who live next to you. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not
most-
qualified to talk about the people that live next to you. I don't know where you live or who they are.
In Farnham. I live in Farnham on a housing estate, on a council estate.
Well,
in
congratulations. Then you're
Now,
among the
they-
luckiest people that have ever lived.
People in Poland, my family's in Poland, average salary is £20 a day. Somebody washing cars on minimum wage isn't
Listen,
contributing
Martin,
a lot
if
to
you're
the
going back to Australia to be surrounded by fewer foreigners, then I've got bad news for you. But you give us a call when you get there. Oh, painful. Nobody's learnt a bloomin' thing in 2 years. 2 years has gone by and nobody's learnt anything at all. Still, we'll miss you.
Bye-bye.
0345 6060 973. Don't come back quick. He's going to get to Australia and find that he's not going to be completely surrounded by Australians. Maybe you should have called ahead. Paul says sports are a great metaphor for the current British Brexit mentality and none better than the World Cup delusion. England think they're contenders when their only victory is questionable, and they still think they're owed the cup as they created soccer once. Did we? Did we really? I thought it was the Chinese. Or was that pasta? Yeah, that World Cup delusion is exactly where we're at. We still imagine ourselves as the world's greatest seagoing nation, bestriding the world with our magnificence and tainting the world pink, charging into countries and telling them they're doing it all wrong, shoot anybody that doesn't agree with us, and nickel their best stuff and put it in the British Museum. We still think we're that country. And that delusion is, of course, perpetuated by the usual suspects.
I'm a nutcase.
Him included. Taxi blogger says, can't wait to see the Queen winched up on a helicopter cable when we leave on the WTO deal. Where will the best viewing spot be, do you reckon? Are you talking about the thing that came out saying that the Queen, they were making plans to spirit the Queen away in case of riots on the streets? And the usual suspects rose up on their hind legs and said, as with one voice, well, that's just Project Fear. No, it's not. It's Project Planning. God, you can't tell the difference. Any single thing that they hear that they don't agree with, they start screaming and shouting and throwing their toys out the pram. God, it's painful. You would expect them to make some plans, being as how the right wing, who are always telling us that anything that smacks of planning for the worst is Project Fear, are always saying that there's going to be riots on the streets if they don't get their way. I mean, how many times have you heard that? I mean, people predicting riots on the streets and civil unrest and this, that and the other if we don't get the kind of Brexit that we want. Not actually threatening us in the most part, but predicting it, which amounts to the same thing. And then somebody, quite rightly, took that on board and said, "Okay, you're predicting or threatening riots, so we better do something about Her Majesty." which they then turn on and say, it's Project Fear. Who ever said anything about rioting? Oh, yeah, that's right, we did. Robert says, this is so frustrating. 3 years ago, you asked if anyone in the country you asked anyone in the country who controls the UK. Wait, this is so frustrating. 2 exclamation marks. 3 years ago, if you asked anyone in the country who controls the UK, every single person would say the Prime Minister or Westminster. Now, due to the Leave campaign, people have got some fantasy in their head that we all answer to Brussels, and we must leave or else we don't have any control. Rubbish, says Robert. People voted Leave for reasons such as NHS funding and immigration. All things the UK has power over. It's completely true. I don't think, NHS funding, okay, people believe the lie that they saw on the side of a bus. Well, they were promised that by people who we know, and all right, I'm going to say it, even though there's parts of me that says it's not necessarily true, but people that we know and trust. You know, Nige and Boris and all of those people. They all said a certain thing, and we all think, yeah, that's right, that's what we want. We want more money. We want more money, we want better prospects, and we want to be richer. And they're promising us that. If only we tick a box marked X, all of this will come our way. And the economic miracle will trickle all over our expectant upturned faces. So it's not surprising that people believed all of that, because these were personalities. Television personalities were telling, holy smoke, if Ant and Dec went on the TV and told us that everything was going to be all right, half the country would be clapping in agreement. They'd win another award. Of course we trust those people. We know them. They're on the telly. I mean, they're practically... We see Bozo and Uncle Nige more often than most of us see many members of our families. They're in our living rooms. In our living rooms they are.
Disgusting.
Uninvited, by the way. Take your shoes off. OK, put your shoes back on. Just wipe them. I wonder how many Union flag pairs of socks Uncle Nige owns. Is it just the one, or does he always go out of the house dressed like that? Just curious. Edinburgh. Hello, Michael.
Yeah, hi, Nick.
Michael.
Sorry to come on and immediately insult you, but I've just spent a long day in London and catching a late flight back from London to Edinburgh and arrived.
Really? Are you tired?
Stop whining.
I put my radio on, and I've got to listen to your tosh.
No, you don't. You absolutely don't, Michael. You can turn it right off again.
Well, yes, I know. But
so what you did instead of that was to call up somebody you don't know to complain about something you haven't paid for that you don't have to listen to. You waited, and so far you've waited a half an hour to tell me this.
Talk. Listen. You know, people come home. I'm 25 years I listened to the BBC and got really fed up with it and moved over to LBC.
Are you still whining?
For what I hope was the right reason.
Still moaning?
But listen, your nonsense over...
Listen, Michael, if I knocked on your door and came to your house, and the first thing that listen to me. And the first thing that I said to you was an insult, followed by another one, and then another one, and complaining and whining. What would you do? Would you invite me in?
You deserve them. You deserve them.
Okay, but if I said you deserve it, would you invite me in? Yes or no?
You paint your own
yes
pictures.
Or no?
You paint your own pictures, and it's totally wrong. Look, there's
no, it isn't. It isn't wrong. Here's what's just happened, Michael. You've spent now 35 minutes waiting to talk to someone you don't know about something you don't have to listen to, that you haven't paid for. Which part of that makes sense?
And hearing it.
You're not listening to me, are you?
You've been banging on for months and months about Brexit.
So you've been listening to me for months and months. I mean, that's just utterly bizarre. What kind of a person would subject themselves to something that they don't like for months and months? What, are you into torture? Is this an S&M thing?
And your silly noises don't...
yeah, I know, but which you've been listening to for months. Painful.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Kat says, could you ask this Australian man the fellow that I was talking to some while ago. Ask that Australian man what he's done to think that he is better than Polish people. Well, he claimed that he was a Polish person, although he didn't seem to have very much positive to say about Polish people. I think his argument was something of the order of, they come over here and take our homes and our jobs. Oh, and by the way, I'm Polish, so I can say that. I have my doubts. Kat says, please could you remind him that Polish soldiers and air fighters were fighting for the freedom of the British people? Yeah, well, a lot of people forget that. She says that they're, or he, in fact, or it could be a cat. It might not be cat, it might be a cat. He, she, or it says, there are few Poles I know who earn more in a month than I could earn in, or there are few, and maybe A is missing, but there are a few Poles I know who earn more in a month than I could earn in a year, because they work hard, even though they started from nothing. Oh, there was that great story about the girl who wanted to work in a cafe. Did you read about that? I'll come to that later. And Paul says, no deal must be bad if someone in a castle surrounded by armed guards is expected to be in danger. Well, the Brexiteer fundamentalist ultras keep talking about riots in the streets if they don't get their way. And then in the very next breath, to say that anybody suggesting that something negative might happen after Brexit is Project Fear. But if we don't get what we want, there'll be riots. The stuff that's going on in this country, I mean, it just blows my mind on a daily basis. That I guess one good thing is that we've all had our eyes opened to who it is we are. I mean, most people don't interact with the wider general public at all. You know, you pick your friends based on how close they are to your beliefs and interests and so on. Most people you would cross the street to avoid, and you don't converse with them or chat with them. You don't even want to lock eyes with them. And the more closed in you are, the more within yourself you go. I mean, just look at the people on the London's Underground or any rush hour in any town. The more packed in you are, the less you want to actually communicate with the people around you. So everybody's staring at, well, they used to be staring at newspapers. And now, of course, everyone's staring at their phone, whether it's on or off. Just anything not to lock eyes with the person that's whose armpit you've got your face pressed into. But what's happened now is that we're really getting a sense of who we are, and it's a bit alarming. Am I the only person that's alarmed?
No.
Can't be. I mean, that last guy, what kind of a person would wait 35 minutes to talk to someone he doesn't know about something he doesn't have to listen to? It's just, and insult them first and second and third thing he said. And continue to do so and expect me to just sit here and take it. I mean, it's just amazing, the people that we've got. And it seems that the worse they are, the more we're likely to be following what it is that they want. It's whoever shouts the loudest now gets their way. Is that any way to run a country? I am stunned. This text says, what if they get their country back and they don't, and they don't like it? Well, I mean, I'm almost looking forward to the shows after we leave Brexit, when nothing will have happened. The country will still be the same, all the laws will still be the same, all of this fantasy about being freed to do what we want to do. Precisely what is it that you cannot do now that you would like to be doing once we leave the EU? Tell me. I must have asked that question 100 times and I haven't got one answer back yet. Well, no, that's untrue. I have had an answer back to the question, which of these European laws do you not like? And the answer is always, all of them. In other words, they don't know. They just got this idea which has been placed in their minds that we're being screwed under some European's thumb. But it's like this sort of fantasy that's been given that we are our freedoms are being curtailed in some way. Well, what is it that you think that the government of this country is going to do once we leave the EU that they can't do now? Tell me, what? And don't say that we're going to secure our borders, because we have a Prime Minister who used to be it's just gone out of the front of my mind. The Home Secretary. And under her control, we could have closed the border to everybody outside of the EU. And furthermore, we could have thrown anybody out from the EU who did not become economically self-supporting in, 3 months or 6 months? One of the two. Chucked them out, we could. And did she? No, of course not. Because she knows that this country would have fallen flat on its face if she had. You know, people say, we're doing tremendously well. Look how fantastically well we're doing. We've got full employment. Hurrah! And then in their next breath, they complain that there's people coming over here and taking our jobs. Can't possibly have both at the same time. It is absolutely not true that people are coming over here and taking our jobs if we've got full employment. That's indisputable. That's just maths, that is. That was the wrong one, but you just pick whatever silly, infantile sound effect you like and insert it at your pleasure. I can't get over that guy. He waited so long just to say, I don't like it. You know, I don't like this and I don't like that, and moan, 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 moan. I mean, I wonder if he's like that with everything. You know, if the football comes on the BBC, does he call up the BBC and says, can you put a film... I don't like football, can you put a film on instead? I don't like it. I mean, if you're sitting in the audience of a theatre production and they're putting on a play and you'd rather have a musical on, you just stand up in the middle of the audience and say, no, something else, please. You got any Shakespeare? It's just astounding. But everybody wants to have the spotlight twisted to themselves. It's the me generation, which old people accuse younger people of being, as indeed they accuse younger people of being snowflakes. And I think that the shoe's on the other foot. This tweet says, more and more LBC commentators are becoming self-righteous and patronising. What you mean by that is you don't agree with what some of them say. It's like I said before, people want 24-hour-a-day propaganda as long as the propaganda is coincides with their beliefs. The moment anybody says anything that somebody disagrees with, they just go berserk. Joanne says, however shockingly rude you are about Nigel Farage and whatever anyone thinks about his views, he is always unfailingly polite to callers. Oh, please. You mean you agree with what he says? She said, you should try it sometime. I will not. How am I supposed to be polite to somebody whose the first, second, third and fourth thing he says is an insult to me? I mean, really. Plus, I've heard this before. Oh, Nigel Farage, he's so polite to everybody. He never has a bad word to say about anybody. Have you actually heard Nigel Farage? The man who told the EU president he had all the charisma of a damp rag and the appearance of a low-grade bank clerk. Is that the polite Nigel Farage you're talking about? A man who said that Belgium was a non-country. Is that the fellow you're talking about? This text says, one of the Scandinavian parliaments only meets 3 times a year. Could we maybe follow suit? And then MPs would be forced to bicker about Brexit in their own time and at their own expense. It's amazing how little governing has been done for the past 3 years, just as well we have no other global and national issues to worry about, eh? Everything has been put on the back burner because of this, because of the B word. Yeah, thanks a lot, David Cameron. We're still not missing you, by the way. Here's a call in Datchet. Hello, Christine.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Christine.
You cracked me up all evening. And I'm glad you cut that pompous... Oh, God, never mind. I'd say other things. That man, he was so rude. And Nigel Farage is not rude. He's ignorant. He's divisive. And he's a liar. I'm sorry.
Well, let's not get carried away. But to say that he's not rude, he dismisses 50% of the population as remoaners. I mean, that's half the country he's rude at before he's even begun.
Yeah. Yeah, and have you ever? I've tried to listen to him, but I just switch him off because I can't stand the man. Because as soon as you're listening to him and somebody disagrees, if that's what you think, I need to carry on with something. And Jacob Rees-Mogg was exactly the same today. You know, he got a good bashing today from quite a lot of people saying that, you know, there's no use blaming Donald Tusk because he's told us the truth. Yes, you know, you didn't have a plan. I mean, if you have a project, you have a plan, don't you?
Well, it's worse.
They didn't have a plan.
It's worse than that. They still don't have a plan.
No, I know. That's right. And he had quite a lot of callers, and he didn't agree that I've got to go in this pompous way. I've got to go on to the next caller who's saying something very important, and the next caller gave him a bashing. He just didn't. And I just listened to it because I thought, yes, give it to him, boys. You know. But and talking about the pomposity, we as British people are blaming the EU for something we've done to ourselves.
Yeah, that's the amazing part. Yeah, we have. It's almost as though we're living in a house and we've said this house is in danger of burning to the ground, and then we set fire to it and say, "Aha! I told you so."
Yeah, yeah, but or blame the next door neighbour who did it. And I'm laughing about it, but the thing is, I feel that the public haven't, especially I'm sorry to say, the Brexiteers, the older people that ring in, and they seem to just not get it. They keep blaming the EU, and the EU have had all our money. What? You know, that's why I think James O'Brien and you, at least when you, or even, Sheila Fogarty, at least when you'll talk, you'll tell the truth and you have facts, and people don't like the facts.
Well, people aren't interested in facts anymore. You can all make up your own facts. Universities might as well close because there's no such thing as facts or science anymore.
Yeah. And another thing is, Theresa May does not have this country's
best interests
welfare at heart.
Right.
She's only worried about not splitting the Conservative Party. In the right wing, there's a rise of right-wing politics at the moment, and that's very frightening.
Yeah.
And, you know, that needs to be quashed as soon as possible. They don't like middle-of-the-road, decent people who think that the country belongs to everybody and not just we don't like these foreigners. They come here and take our jobs. Well, they don't, actually. They don't come here and take our jobs. They actually, we have full employment. And do you know why we have full employment? It's low wages.
Yeah.
Low wages. There's in-work poverty. People are suffering from in-work poverty. And, you know, middle-class people are suffering from in-work poverty. They've got high mortgages, children to look after, bills that rise, but the salaries don't go up.
Yeah, I think what it is to be, what most people think of being middle class is gradually being eliminated. There's going to be the just about getting by poor, and the stratospherically rich, who are going to be reducing in number, but increasing in the amount of wealth that they own.
They collect,
and nothing in between. I mean, most people in this country don't have any savings at all. If some emergency came up, exactly. If some emergency came up, we wouldn't be able to deal with it.
No, and the parents are helping them. I know that for a fact. You know.
Well, you know what? The parents should be helping them, because the parents are part of the generation that has actually screwed the world up for the young. I mean, if you had to sit down and make a list of all of the ways in which to screw up the world for the next generation, I think we've achieved pretty much all of them so far.
Well, I'm 70 and I haven't screwed up much.
70 years old.
Yeah, and I actually fight for us to remain in Europe, because if we leave Europe and we don't trade with countries on our doorstep, our children are going to have closed minds.
Well, great news though, Christina. We have negotiated a trade deal with the Faroe Islands, so at least we've got that. Thanks a lot, Christine. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Andrew in Chelsea says it's not about which EU laws we don't like, it's about not having a level of government, expensive bureaucracy and lawmaking above the national. Oh, do me a favour. You know how many people work for the European Parliament? Fewer than work for Birmingham Council. I mean, that's what we're talking about here. But you just heard some slogan that some right-winger said, and that just lodged into your mind as a fact. Oh, well, thank God we'll be out from under the auspices of the evil European socialist experiment, and finally we'll be able to spend money again. Oh, it'll be great. We'll have so much cash we won't know what to do with it. Up to our eyeballs in money we'll be. And you know what? I wonder what people are going to blame after we leave and they're still poor. I'm looking forward to that. What excuses are people going to come up with for the fact that things aren't going to improve when we leave? I'm keen to find out. Because they won't be able to... Well, you know what? They'll still probably be able to... they'll find some way of blaming the EU. Oh, it's because they were mean to us in the negotiations and they didn't give us what we want and they're using their power and their might to do us down. I mean, who else is going to be responsible? It won't be our fault. I can tell you that right now. But I'm just curious as to who's going to get the blame. And that goes for the political class too, because I think that a lot of them were using the EU as an excuse to cover up or to excuse their cack-handed ineptitude. Oh, we couldn't do this because of the EU. Oh, I know I haven't been able to do what I said I was going to do, what we wrote in our manifesto, but it's all because of the EU. I'd love to do it, but I can't because of, it's all Donald Tusk's fault. Well, what's going to happen when we leave? Who are they going to blame then? I'm sure that people are scrabbling around right now trying to come up with a good, believable list of reasons why they can't do this and they can't do that. I'm keen to find out. When we're out and life does not get better, then what?
It's going extremely well.
You bet your life it is. That pause is brought to you as just a moment to contemplate, just to relax. Just a relaxing moment of contemplation. And was in no way a mistake. Why would anybody think that? Chris says, it's an important public service to tell those rambling morons like your first caller this evening how stupid they are. It is patronising to let them get away with it unchallenged, treating them like children who can't be told the truth. So please continue to show them respect by enlightening them about their stupidity. I'll try. Matt says, you are missing the point all the time with what you say. We are making a point that governments can't do anything right, and it has been proven now with Brexit. I don't really understand. Well, I understand what you're saying, but not what I'm saying in relation to that. I'm missing the point. Governments can't do anything right. Isn't that pretty much what my point, the point of every show that I do? They fail over and over and over again. And Aggie says, the only one who is screaming is you, capital letters. Can't you hear yourself? The only one who is screaming. Again, I don't really know what you're talking about. Who said that anyone was screaming? Let's have Conway. Hello, Dave.
Hello, Nick.
Dave.
You all right, buddy?
Yes, thanks.
Yeah, I just want to start off by saying I really do enjoy your show, yeah.
But?
I do enjoy your show. I mean, you think about it, there's hundreds of TV channels out there, there's hundreds of radio stations, and I've tuned into you.
Thank you.
So that's got to stand for something.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
But?
Yeah, but, but it doesn't mean that I have to agree with you on everything, does it?
Yes.
So my point is, I don't want to be part of an organisation that's about to implode. You see, the thing is... No, seriously, let me just finish my point. There's 5 major contributors to the EU, yeah?
Yeah.
You've got Germany, France, UK, Italy and Spain. Right, take us out of it. Those 5 countries, Germany, France, Italy and Spain, you're the 4 countries, right? They are either in recession or very close to recession.
Right. Now, is this back to what I said before about us saying that this house is flammable, and then us setting it on fire and saying, I told you so?
No. What I'm saying, Nick, right, on the contrary, right, our economy is doing quite good at the moment.
Not really.
Now, the thing is, it is.
Well, it isn't.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, Nick, right, just very briefly, and then, you know...
Well, what do you mean by our economy is doing well right now?
Well...
it's a pretty bold statement, Dave. Back it up.
The statements come from the Prime Minister.
Did she also say that she was doing a fantastic job?
No, our economy it's on the rise. Right?
What does that mean?
Well, we're doing good. We're doing better than the other EU countries. Now, the thing is, right...
That's not true.
No, but if these countries go into recession and Europe does implode...
Yes.
And we're part of Europe...
Yeah.
Then we're going to have to bail them out.
Bail them out?
Yes, like we bailed out in Greece.
Well, Greece wouldn't see it that way.
Well, they're in debt to the UK now. They're in a terrible state.
Dude, everybody is in debt to everybody else.
Yes, I know, but what...
I mean, do you know how much our national debt is?
Yeah, I do.
How much?
Trillions. It's trillions.
It's trillions, yeah.
It is trillions.
Well, yeah, let's not bother to put a number on it. It's just trillions.
It's trillions, yeah.
Well, I mean, what's a couple of trillion between friends?
Yeah, all I'm saying, Nick, right, I believe Europe's about to implode.
Well, and how does us leaving benefit us in that regard, considering that about... wait a minute. Considering that about 50% of our exports go to Europe.
Yes, but look, like your second caller said... Right, he was I know you didn't agree with him, but I did agree with him on a lot of points. The Australian guys going back to Australia, he made some good points, Nick.
Did he?
Yeah, no, and I'll finish off.
I don't think he made one good point, apart from that he was leaving.
Well, no, I'll finish off by saying this. You're not going to agree with what I say, but I do enjoy your show. So
okay, thanks a lot, Dave. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. Patrick says, I hate to be the devil's advocate, Nick, but I truly think the guy who got under your skin earlier simply held on as long as he could in the vain hope you might come out with something half sensible. Who, me? He obviously hasn't heard this show before. He says, like most of us who see the bigger picture, he too was left rather disappointed. Which guy? Which of the many people that have got under my skin? Which ones are you talking about? Be specific. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Thamesmead. Hello, Holly.
Hello, Nick.
Holly.
What? Well, I'm intrigued by the conversation tonight because what's making me very cross with people, they seem to think I voted to leave, and I voted for many reasons, and I don't pretend to be an expert. But I used my democratic right, and I wasn't swayed by Nigel Farage's immigration bus, and I wasn't swayed by Boris Johnson's claim about the NHS. I made the decision based on what I felt, and I used my democratic right. And
but wait a minute. But how did you come to your decision, though? If you weren't swayed by anybody, then what did you do? Research? Did you do a cost-benefit analysis of leaving the EU? What was it that made you decide if you weren't swayed by anybody?
Well, as I say, my decision as soon as the referendum was announced, so I hadn't, and lots of people I know never swayed either. If I'm honest, it was with my gut and what I felt about how the country had changed while I've been growing up.
So wait a minute. So you want to go back to when you were young?
Not necessarily, but I don't think the country has changed for the better. And
Since when? Since
I've been alive.
Give us a date.
Well, I was born in 1970, so I'm pushing 50.
You don't think that this country has improved since 1970?
But you're putting words in my mouth with respect. What I'm trying to say to you is...
No, that's just what you said. That's what you just said, isn't it?
No, you asked me and you pinned me down, and obviously I'm trying to get across that people can use the vote, and, you know, we can't have a situation where you're going to say, you know, even for lots of elections, people just vote because they like a particular leader who they might find charismatic. They might even not know anything about the manifesto.
Exactly.
You could argue lots of people vote wrongly, and you could argue maybe I voted wrongly, but ultimately, you know, I'm in good company, because if that's the case, more people voted wrongly than others. And ultimately, and I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is I don't insult people who chose to use their democratic right to remain. And there's two very interesting things I find, if I could just mention very, very quickly. One of them, I think this has shown how disillusioned people are with British politics and politicians, because Joe Cox's former constituency, you know, the horrific murder of Joe Cox, now the MP's Tracy Brabin, and apparently that constituency voted 63% to leave, which in a constituency we had that horrendous murder and the guy was supposed to have chanted all that far-right nonsense and all that. That shows a disillusionment that despite that horrific murder, people in that constituency still thought, you know what, we want out. And the other thing I'm really cross about this week, I'm assuming when they say young people, they do mean people who could have had the vote. Now they're saying, oh, you know, well, they didn't get out and vote. Well, if people over the 18 and up to whatever age they class as young, they should have got off their backsides then, shouldn't they? You can't keep rerunning the horse race till you get the result you want. If I'm on the Grand National, yeah, I want my horse to be last fence 20 lengths ahead. But you know what? If it's not and it's by a nose, I've still won and I'm still paid out.
Okay, but then do they have another Grand National the following year?
Say again, sorry. Say that. I genuinely didn't hear that. Sorry. Say that, Nick, again.
So you have a Grand National and you'd really like to win. Okay, but does that Grand National result stay for all time, or do you have another one the following year?
I'll make you right. I agree with that, but obviously we couldn't have this chaos. And ultimately, I mean, look, I don't know what's going to happen. I personally think we will suffer temporarily, but I think we'll be okay.
But you don't know. But that's based on what? Your gut?
It's just based on what I feel.
Yes, exactly. Based on no information of any kind, Holly. Based on a feeling. Oh my God, the amount of times that I've heard people say that. Oh, everything will be all right. Why? Oh, because I feel it. That's just. Listen to yourself. It's an absolutely ridiculous argument. But that seems to be the argument of the people that are determined to get us out in the strictest Brexit possible. Oh, everything's going to be all right. Why? Oh, I just think that it will. Therefore, it will be true. Oh, come on, Holly. You can't possibly believe that.
I do. Well, what do you think's going to happen then? You tell me. You predict if you're so much in the know, because I'm intrigued. All these people are chucking out what's going to happen, including me, who's saying, you know, I feel we'll be okay.
You feel? Again, what does that mean? It's meaningless.
Well, it's not.
It absolutely is. Unless you are an economist and you've done the numbers and you've worked through the possible scenarios and you have come to an informed decision, an informed opinion, then saying everything's going to be all right because I feel it will be is just it's pointless even saying that.
No, not well. Then what do you think's going to happen then? Because you seem to think we're going to. I don't know. What do you think then? What do you think is going to happen then?
Well, my assumption would be, along with almost every other economist that has looked at this, and every business person that has looked at this, well, the vast majority of business people and the vast majority of people who run organisations that represent business people, and the NHS and the banking rackets and all upon which we depend, and all of these people say that if we leave without a deal, it will be a disaster. Now, a disaster doesn't mean to say the country will burst into flames and sink. It just means that probably for the rest of our lives, we will be poorer than we would have been. And nobody wants that. And the proof that nobody wants that is the fact that as consumers, we're not interested in anything except price. That's the only thing we care about. And we keep making, as consumers, bad decisions all the time, knowing that they're bad decisions. The ruination of the high street is not Amazon's fault. It's our fault for choosing Amazon over shops whose departure we decry. And we know how to stop that happening. Just don't shop with Amazon anymore and go and buy stuff from M&S and John Lewis and, all the other shops that are in between those two stores. But we don't. And we know that we are at fault, but we keep doing the thing that we are saying is bad because we just want to save 10 pence. So there's not one single person in this country voted to become poorer just because, out of some twisted sense of patriotism. I don't believe it for 1 second. I mean, it's just not true. So we voted to become wealthier. And we did that because various oily chancers told us that that would be the case. And I wonder what's going to happen after we leave when our fortunes do not improve. When it's by almost every expert that has issued a note on this has said that there will be financial difficulties ahead. And as we haven't yet climbed 1 inch out of the hole of the last economic recession. We're still piling on debt from that. We haven't paid any of it off yet. Despite, 10 years of austerity? Well, we haven't paid any of it off. It's still racking up. And so it's like we're floundering at sea. We've gone down twice. We're about to go down for the third time. And this Brexit seems to be like somebody is throwing us a life ring made of lead. Yeah, put that on. If there is a short-term economic hit from Brexit, that short-term will probably be for the rest of our lives. That's what short-term means, economically speaking. Because if after 10 years of austerity that people have been complaining about, we still haven't climbed 1 inch out of that hole from the last recession, then what do you think this is going to do? But I'm keen to find out who people are going to blame once we're out. I'm curious. Jim in Mitcham says, where is this myth that somehow the EU is going to fall apart in the next few years? Where is this myth? Where does this myth come from? If you say myth a lot, then it becomes devoid of all meaning. It just sounds weird. Try it. Myth, 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 myth. I don't know why that's funny. It just is. Trust me, I'm a professional. He says, this is utter rubbish. This is utter rubbish. What, the myth? The myth-ith. He says, I think many of these people simply want the EU to fall apart. I think that's what Brexit is truly about, not us leaving, but the destruction of the EU. Well, that's what Vladimir Putin wants. I do actually believe that this country, and America as well, has become co-opted into Vladimir Putin's little scheme. It's like the mafia's taken over the world.
Absolutely.
Alini says, and you know, this notion that nice lady that I was talking to just before the news said, I wasn't swayed by any marketing campaigns by the the Brexiteer ultras or the Russian Facebook trolls or any of this stuff. It was completely went off me like water off a duck's back. Well, that's just nonsense. That's the same as saying that advertising doesn't work. Oh, yes, it does. Coca-Cola, 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 Coca-Cola. Wouldn't you like a glass of Coca-Cola right now? You're thinking about it. Alini, other colas are available. Alini says it's a lie that England helped bail out Greece. The EU did, but England opted out. That's true.
Affirmative.
It is correct. We did not bail out Greece. We helped our friends in Ireland, by the way, about which they are truly grateful.
Thank you.
You're welcome. This text says the reason why they haven't come up with a plan to leave yet is because crybabies like you that can't accept the vote of the majority of the people who wanted to leave keep putting hurdles in the way. Oh, I see. It's my fault. It says, we are leaving, get over it. Who's throwing their toys out of the pram because they didn't get their way in the vote? Nigel Farage had passion, mate. You have a sound machine. Oh, God. We're following people like that. This country has decided that that person is in charge now because he shouts the loudest. Jeez. It's painful. The reason they haven't come up with a plan. Who's they, by the way? Are you talking about our government? You're talking about the European Research Group? Who's they? The reason they haven't come up with a plan to leave yet is because crybabies like you that can't accept the vote of the majority of the people who wanted to leave keep putting hurdles in the way. God, I blame the parents. Yes, I've decided to blame the parents. Let's have Luton. Hello, John.
Hi there. Yeah.
Hello there.
More polite than James Whale. I thought James O'Brien. Sorry.
I'm what? I'm what than James O'Brien?
You're more polite than.
Oh, more polite than James O'Brien.
Yeah.
Affirmative.
He's a nightmare. I think he just affirms that voting Brexit is the best. But what you do, let people speak, which is great. But anyway, I just want to speak. I'm a businessman, and I am primarily export, but we only export. 10% of our orders come from the EU. Yeah. 90% at least come from Singapore, China, Indonesia, Brazil, all the emerging markets.
You export to China.
Yes, because we're in the cutting edge. We sell to the biotech and the pharmaceutical industry there, growing industries, and they all want to buy British.
Ah, the growing industries.
Want to score some pot?
Now I know what we're talking about.
Exactly. But the other thing is, I think this whole thing is
exactly. You actually are a drug dealer.
Well, we're cutting edge cancer treatments and things like that, so it's pretty good stuff. But,
okay. You have cutting edge cancer treatments, and you sell mostly to China.
Well, the pharmaceutical industry is essentially moving out of Europe, apart from Germany.
What? There are no ill people in Europe anymore.
No, they don't. The Germans look after. We're talking about manufacturing companies. Now, let me explain. UCB is one of the biggest companies in Belgium, manufacturers and worldwide. They have just placed an order for £1 billion into the UK to set up research institutes in the UK because they know the UK has some of the best, most intelligent staff they can find. And when asked about Brexit, they said, "What's Brexit got to do with anything? Got to do with anything?" Now let me
wait a minute. You're saying that Belgium, that we have the brightest, the British people are the brightest in Europe.
Yes.
Oh, do me a favour. What are you talking about?
They're putting up. No, they have made a decision. Look on the internet. Look at UCB Pharma. They're just placing an order. We're placing a decision by the CEO for putting $1 billion of investment into the UK. Now, this is what's going to happen. Brexit for them and any businessman is irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
Oh, please, John, what are you talking about? Businesses are saying that Brexit is irrelevant. That's the opposite of the truth.
This is the difference between broadcasters and business people. Business people know that whatever happens politically, and what's happening now is just loads and loads of political claptrap. Ireland basically has a huge interest in actually exporting to the UK. You know that. Their whole agricultural industry depends on that. They are desperate to get a deal with the UK. They are desperate. You look into Holland. We had a big thing on Holland. The big, massive onion manufacturer. She's screaming because she's worried that her product isn't going to get to the UK. It's going to rot on the borders of Rotterdam. So there's going to be so much inward pressure from Europe to get.
We've heard this right from the beginning. Yes, we have right from the beginning. People like Jacob Rees-Mogg were saying that the European Union is going to capitulate and they're going to fall on their knees and beg us to tell them what we want because BMW and Mercedes will insist upon it. And it did not happen, did it, John?
WTO rules are no problem.
For God's sake. Yes, they are. You can't, in one sentence, say that the agriculture industry is looking for a deal, and then on the other, say that you recommend WTO rules, because agriculture will fall on its face.
No, the Irish economy will fall on its face. What do you think they're going to do? Look how dependent they are on the UK. The whole thing.
Is this they need us more than we need them?
No, the point is they're going to come to their senses, and it's going to be.
We've been hearing this all the way through, and it's not happened, John.
You're a politician, not a businessman.
I'm not a politician.
I've been to Asia. That's where the market is made. It's not in Europe.
Yes, it is. I know that China is a place, and that it is a big market. and that it is probably going to overtake America in a relatively short period of time, particularly if the current incumbent has anything to do with this. But to say that Europe, the EU, the biggest trading bloc in the world, is irrelevant is just stupid.
Rubbish. Get into business. Go to Asia. Go to Vietnam. Go to Singapore. You'll see the growing market.
Singapore. Oh, for crying out loud.
For British product.
Yeah, I don't doubt it, John. But as a business, you know what? I don't believe you're a businessman, because a proper businessman wouldn't be saying any of this. I think you're just trolling me. To say that we should turn our back on a market which takes about 50% of our exports in favour of trying to negotiate from a period of from a point of weakness with a much bigger bloc it's just ridiculous.
But what's but in the real world, if you're going, think of Novartis. You've heard of Novartis, yeah? Mega Swiss company. They have big manufacturing bases in Singapore. They couldn't give a toss about the EU. You go in there as a businessman from the UK, you negotiate a contract directly with Novartis in Singapore. What you don't understand, you guys are not in business. Business goes from businessman to businessman. People sell to people. They don't sell to some EU political claptrap. They sell.
No, of course they don't. But the EU political claptrap, as you say, or the World Trade Organization rules, put up tariffs on the things that they're trying to sell. Obviously.
But the point is the point.
Well, do they or don't they?
Well, they do.
Exactly.
But I mean, obviously, but with the UK and Singapore, we have no.
Will you stop with Singapore? What's Singapore got to do with it?
Because Singapore has is the most secure base for high-tech industries. That they basically, it's to do with intellectual property law. So they tend to attract all of the cutting-edge business. But the reason they deal with the Brits, I've been there, and they say
the reason that they attract like Dyson, for instance, is because it's a tax haven.
It is attractive tax haven,
yeah,
but
exactly.
But that's where the high-tech companies go. That's where Britain is going to always be strong, mate. In
Singapore?
No, the Chinese love Brits. They love the British people. They want to work with British. You haven't been out there. How many?
Is it because we're smarter than anybody else in Europe? Because that was your initial assertion, that the Belgians think that we're the smartest, and that's why they're spending money here. Oh, you're all over the shop, John. Let me give you a brief list of some of the businessmen who run considerably bigger businesses than you do, and I still don't believe that you're an actual businessman, because some of the stuff you're coming out with, it just implies that if you've got shares in your business, maybe sell them straight away. Sell. Assets worth nearly £800 billion have been moved from Britain to new financial hubs in the European Union ahead of Brexit. £800 billion. EY, the accountancy and auditing firm, one of the big four, said the closer we get to the 29th of March without a deal, the more assets will be transferred and headcount hired locally or relocated. They've been tracking the Brexit plans of 222 financial firms since Britain voted out in June 2016 to leave the EU. And this is the latest update to the end of November last. It said that 80 firms were considering or have confirmed relocating assets and staff. The latest estimate, £800 billion in assets would move. Almost an eighth of our banking sector. An eighth! Around 2,000 new European roles have been created by financial service companies in response to Brexit, with Dublin, Luxembourg, Frankfurt and Paris the most popular locations, said EY, who are paid the big money to know this stuff. The Bank of England expects about 4,000 jobs to have moved by March 29th. And these aren't cleaning jobs. These are high-paid experts about the opinions of which nobody is remotely interested. A move so far would be the tip of the iceberg if there is no deal, said EY. But you don't believe them? How about the Institute of Directors? Nearly 1 in 3 British businesses are planning to relocate some of their operations abroad, or have already shifted them to cope with a hard Brexit, according to the Institute of Directors. 1 in 3. They warn that 29% of firms in a survey of 1,200 members believe Brexit posed a significant risk to their operations in the UK. and had either moved part of their businesses abroad already or were planning to do so. More than 1 in 10 had already set up operations outside the UK. Most firms considering a move were looking to open offices inside the European Union, said the Institute of Directors, which represents 30,000 firms. You don't believe them? How about the British Chamber of Commerce? They said thousands of firms were gearing up to move operations abroad. It believed companies had already gone ahead with their plans, represented the tip of the iceberg, and that many of its 75,000 members were already spending vital funds to prepare for a disorderly Brexit. It said that in recent days alone it had been told that 35 firms had activated plans to move operations out of the UK or were stockpiling goods to combat the worst effects of Brexit. Companies that have relocated or moved jobs abroad already: Dyson, which is ironic, EasyJet, Sony, Lloyds of London, HSBC, Goldman Sachs, Nomura, Panasonic, Deutsche Bank, Barclays, Airbus, Jaguar Land Rover, JP Morgan, Bank of America, and Toyota, Honda, Bentley and P&O. You don't believe them? How about the Royal Institute of British Architects? They said that 1 in 4 architects working in the UK are non-UK nationals, and 80% of international architects are from the EU. 2/3 of international architects said that they considered leaving the UK due to Brexit. You don't believe them? YouGov found last year that 11% of workers in UK restaurants, catering, bars and hotels were thinking about leaving the UK as a result of Brexit. That would be about 330,000 people leaving the country, all of whom work in the services sector upon which we are dependent. You don't believe them? Leading retailers, another side of services. They've warned that a no-deal Brexit will drive up food prices and pose a significant risk to the range and quality of products on supermarket shelves. There was that letter begging the government to get it sorted and not fall back on World Trade Organization rules. And that letter was signed by Sainsbury's, Asda, Marks & Spencer, the Co-op, Lidl, Waitrose, Costco, KFC, McDonald's and Pret a Manger, as well as the British Retail Consortium. You don't believe them? How about the computer games industry? An industry which brings in billions of pounds, way more than the fishing industry, which people seem to be obsessed about. They found that 40% of games companies based in the UK were considering relocating after the UK decided to leave the EU because loss of international talent from EU countries would create a skills shortage. But you don't believe them? How about the British Medical Association? They surveyed more than 1,500 EU doctors working in the UK, found that 37% were considering leaving the UK. Top reason? Brexit. We don't believe them? How about the Russell Group, which represents Britain's research-intensive universities? They reported a 9% fall in the number of postgrad researchers enrolling from EU countries from September to December last year, compared with the same period in 2017. And on funding, Russell Group warned we estimate over £1 billion could be lost to us in the next couple of years. Just 1/3 of companies said that they plan to increase investment in plant and machinery, a record low, in a survey carried out by EEF, the manufacturers' body. Investment by small companies was particularly squeezed, with 3/4 saying they were having to mothball spending plans in the coming years because of Brexit. Or you've got that guy. Dublin, Tommy.
Hi Nick, how are you doing, my friend?
Good, thanks.
I have to say, just after your last speech there, mate, I really feel for you. I mean, if that doesn't say it all, that's not macroeconomics, that list of jobs that are going to be lost, that list of people who are going to be hurt, and all the counterclaim is, oh, it's Project Fear.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what the counterclaim is. It's Project Fear. It will never happen, Nick.
But like, it boggles the mind. It really does, that you can't find the argument. Like, I rang in, I wanted to make a point about a country that is made up of England, a country, Scotland, a country, Wales, a country, and up until 150 years ago, Ireland, and then Northern Ireland. That this idea of an overarching that you found a way to deal with all these different communities together, and that has benefited the British people as a whole. And then when it comes to something like Europe, you're completely blind to it. That, this big federalised state, which I don't believe is happening, but that Europe has stood by Ireland, one of its smallest members. It doesn't, put in billions and billions of pounds into the EU exchequer that gets funneled down and everything else. And it's standing with us. It's standing with us saying, no, we don't want that hard border. We know that that's a hard-fought peace, that we want to stand by our fellow EU citizens. And that's what we are. We're not subjects. We're EU citizens.
Well, yeah,
and that comes with
I don't think
privileges.
I think you're wasting your breath, Tommy, because no amount of argument is actually going to get through. People aren't on receive; they're just on send, and it's like they've got their deflector shields up. Everyone's joined a gang, and regardless of what happens, you're going to stick with your gang, and I think that's what this is. It's like the Sharks and the Jets, No, if you're trying to argue with them, it's absolutely pointless. You're just wasting your breath.
I wonder, is there something there? Is it too late to maybe stop the arguing? And say,
no. I think that people. I think that people still. I think this sense of British exceptionalism has been reactivated by people like Nigel Farage, who wrap themselves in the flag and say that we should rule the world again, and the world will bow to our will because that is the British way. We just haven't got used to the fact that the map's not coloured pink anymore.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. There was a lot of problems when the map was coloured pink.
No, I'm saying it's a good thing. It's a good job we don't rule the world anymore by at the point of a gun.
I know, but some of the basic points that last caller made too, that Europe doesn't know there's emerging markets. That Irish businessmen don't know that there's emerging markets. German, French, Flemish, Brussels, they don't know about emerging markets. They're only interested in dealing with themselves. That's why they're about to sign the biggest trade deal in the history of the world with Japan. Correct?
Yeah. And Japan are calling us over the coals because it's part of the deal that they got with the EU is that no other country will get a better deal from Japan than the EU does. So outside, we're going to get a much worse deal with Japan than we would be inside. And that's going to be repeated over and over again. Why, in God's name, would China or any other country give us a better deal than they would give the biggest trade bloc in the world? It makes absolutely no sense. And the only argument you can get from people is, oh, well, they'll give us a better deal because we're British, damn it.
I am to be back in the studio making a picture again.
Yeah, it's a radio show, dear. That National Inquiry story is potentially huge. They picked a fight with the world's richest man. There should be bells ringing in their mind.
Warning! Warning!
Big mistake, huge. Billionaires are going to be slugging it out. I can't wait. How exciting. Tressel says, it seems the Brexit vote was won by gut feeling. These people have no eyes or ears, just gut feelings. Yeah, when people who have no experience or knowledge of the issue at hand say that they did or did not do something based on their gut feeling, then you should be concerned. And if that's the way that we're running a country now, then we should be freaking out. Oh, everything's going to be all right. Really? Based on what? Oh, it's just a feeling. Oh, well, okay then. No problem. Why is everybody worried? Edna in Cleethorpes thinks that everything's going to be all right because of her gut. Stand down, everyone. Peter says, I agree with most of your opinions. Please help me out with this problem. As it is, we are facing a housing crisis, school crisis, etc. How can we solve all these problems if we allow 333,000 EU immigrants per year? The positive aspects of EU immigration is that they have made plumbers, electricians and other tradesmen more affordable. No, they haven't. That's the last thing that's true. Speaking of somebody who recently did a lot of building, I can confirm that the people from Eastern Europe are not cheaper. They were just better, which is why I hired them. I had an English building company do most of the building work, and I cleared up after them, and there was a snagging list as long as your arm, which, by the way, they did not come and fix. Almost everything that they did has got something wrong with this, which in my inept skills at DIY, I'm trying to do myself. The floor's uneven, and the wallpaper's peeling off, or you name it, it went wrong. And then they didn't show up sometimes, and you'd be there waiting for them, and they wouldn't be there, and you call them, and it's, oh yeah, no, sorry mate. And then I had a quote in for to do bathrooms, and I went with the more expensive one, which was the guys from Eastern Europe, because they came in and they made one observation about something that one of the building crew had done. Which was, and they just made it easier for themselves rather than better for me, the way something looked. And I thought, yeah, that's right. Why did they do it like that? It's because it was easier for them. And so I thought, these are the guys from me. I'll hire the guys from Eastern Europe. And you know what? They were absolutely blooming. They were not cheaper. I spent more money on them than I would have spent on the English crew, but I knew that they were going to be better, or I felt that they were, and they absolutely were. The first day, they showed up at 7 o'clock in the morning, but waited in their car outside till there were signs that I was up at 8. And I was actually up, I just didn't put the lights on. And I knew that they were outside, and I thought, why are they waiting outside? But they waited there from 7 till 8, and then they came in, and they worked from 8 until 6 every day, including Saturday and Sunday. And instead of me clearing up after them, which is what I had to do for the English crew, who just sort of dropped stuff where it was and then walked away, instead of that, they sent a cleaner afterwards to come in and make the place spotless. So don't tell me that they do a poor job and they're taking the money away from plumbers and electricians and other tradesmen. They wouldn't have done that had they had the competition from this country actually been up to scratch. I think a lot of it is that people don't like competition. I mean, you hear that kind of whining a lot. Oh, well, they work harder. They come over here and they work harder and show us up. Please. And as for the 330 EU immigrants per year, there's more people come from outside the EU, over which we have complete control. More people come from India and China and Pakistan, Australia, the US. We have total control over them. Why do we concentrate on the EU? And people say, well, the people that are from the EU now, and they can all leave, and we'll replace them as necessary with the people from the Commonwealth. Oh, really? The Commonwealth, you say? Is that a fact? And so the people that voted out would prefer that the white European that lives next to them would be replaced by a black person from Uganda. Really? Because they're from the Commonwealth. Well, colour me stunned. Sam says, Leavers claim that they are disillusioned with politics, with immigration, with the economy and with the law, all of which are under our control. But domestic policy is still the EU's fault. I'm going to bed and setting my alarm for the end of Bizarro World UK. Well, let me know when your alarm goes off. 0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Uxbridge. Peter.
Well, Nick, after the deluge of facts that you you gave before the Irish fella spoke, you got me sold and consolidated my opinions on Remain. But my main fact is I just want to see a general election because Brexit in, out, is going to sort itself out. I want to see a general election. I want this lot out because of the domestic mess that they've done.
But who would be, I mean, in favour of who, though? I mean, I agree with you. I think we actually need a complete change because our politicians aren't doing us any favours. They seem to be working against the best interests of the country and in the best interests of their own parties. And I'm not just saying the Conservatives. I'd level that claim at Labour as well. So who would be better?
The whole lot are in a mess, aren't they? And they're in a mess because of Brexit. And that is chewing the whole bloody lot of them up. Instead of getting out to the domestic, what's happening, the cuts and what's happening to the care service, the council cuts, housing.
I agree completely.
All of that is absolutely lost because of the
well, Brexit sucked all the oxygen out of the room. It's the only thing they can think about. But exactly, you can't blame circumstance on Brexit because Brexit didn't cause successive governments not to plan to keep the lights on.
Absolutely.
I mean,
absolutely.
We're a moment away from the electricity in this country going out. I mean, how much more serious can you get?
And that's what I'm saying. The whole lot of that's being missed because they're dragged in. They're pulling themselves apart on the one issue of Brexit. Now, my view is whether we're in or we're out, we've still got to have this mess cleared up. This total despair that's happened in this country is being lost because of the headlines of Brexit. People are forgetting about the people on the streets. They're forgetting about the cuts to council, cutting housing, cutting on education. It's the whole lot of it is being lost by Brexit. Is taking up the whole of the issues of every radio programme and every headline. And it's a sad thing that's happening.
Well, it's not. If it's on the radio and in the papers and only that, then that's fine, because that's what people are interested in. But it's taking up. Wait a minute. But it is taking up all the time and the effort that the government has. That's really alarming.
Yeah. Absolutely, and the thing is, it's not that what everybody's interested in; it's what is being reported. That's the problem. I mean, you've had people on there talking there now, going to Singapore and the rest of it. You know, we should not be dependent on the service industry. We have industries in this country. Singapore, go there. They're moving over there because it's going to be cheap labour, cheap rents, cheap laws. The laws to work for the companies for cheap labour, cheap tax and the rest of it, which means the population down below aren't getting what they should. They haven't got a healthcare service. They haven't got social service. You know, the whole thing of that is all being lost in this argument where people like the Dysons and the rest of it are moving over. They're not moving over there for me. They're moving over there for themselves and their profits and their shareholders. They won't be paying tax here. What we need, and is we need an expansion of the health NHS councils. We need the housing expansion. We need, because that will bring in the employment, infrastructure. It'll all bring in higher pay. More tax will come in. People will pay VAT, and the economy will expand. It don't take a magician to work it out, does it?
Well, there's so many things that the government should actually be concentrating on. So many, and I've said this before, it's as though we are arranging grains of sand on a beach, ignoring behind us a tsunami wave of changes coming our way, and we're not doing anything about it.
The thing is, Nick, you've got a government in that has got no empathy or doesn't understand or doesn't care because they're only after their own class. Unfortunately, I have to bring the word in, they are only talking about the higher echelons. They do not understand what's going on below them. The poverty that's being created, the misery that's being created by their policies. And they choose to ignore it because it's not within their radar and they don't care. care about it. They bring the Beatles back. You know, it's the erosion of everything that's gone on just being allowed to happen because Brexit has taken up the whole of the agenda.
Yeah, well, I agree with you, and there's as well as everything that you've said, as well as the things that are blighting this country. I mean, food banks is just a national embarrassment. The amount of people that are sleeping rough on the streets is a national embarrassment. That we don't have enough doctors or hospital beds, or GPs or dentists or any of these things is a national embarrassment for a country that keeps trumpeting how blooming rich and successful it is a national embarrassment. But what's worse than that is that we know that a change is coming, not just a little one. It's going to be an absolute revolution. What we've got at the moment with, we've just been through, I guess we're still at the foothills of the information revolution, but what's coming is going to be way bigger than that. And we are prepared for it, not one bit. Artificial intelligence is going to be massive. They just did a survey of companies in various countries, and they're planning their investment on artificial intelligence. So they said, do you think that AI is going to be more or less important than the internet, the revolution that's been caused by the internet? And in this country, virtually nobody at all has even given it a thought. Companies have got no planning. They've got no. They've made no investment or anything like. They're not even thinking about it. In China, it's through the roof. You want to know who's going to be winning the next revolution? Who's going to be at the front of that wave? China, not us, and not America even. China. But there's something even bigger than that coming that we're not doing anything about, and that's climate change. I mean, you think that the government would be interested in saving the planet, given that we've only got one? They're not doing anything about that. Are they doing anything about Russian interference? No. Despite the fact that every security organization, both in this country and in America, says that Russia had something to do with the last referendum here and in the States, and are desperate to continue to sow their influence, and we're doing zero about it. We're pretending it didn't happen. And then there's the rise of China itself. We're doing nothing about that. We have some of the worst productivity in the first world, and we're doing nothing about that. Investment in infrastructure and planning is going down, not up. All of these things the government should be doing something about. But they can't do a single thing about it because they're all fighting over what the word backstop means. God. It's just painful. Still, I'm sure that everything's going to be all right because I feel it in my gut. Natty says, remind your farmer caller that 40% of scientists in the UK are from continental Europe. Well, fortunately, nobody is interested in the opinions of scientists and so-called experts anymore. John says, just imagine if Ed Miliband could eat a bacon sandwich, we could have avoided this entire mess. Hey, that's the power of advertising. I could do with a bacon sandwich round about now. Huh? Doesn't that sound good? Bacon. Nick says, you keep quoting economists you keep quoting that economists are saying we will be worse off out of the EU. I assume these are the same people that predicted a doomsday scenario after the referendum result. I don't know whether they are or not. Are you saying that we are not experiencing a doomsday scenario? That the pound hasn't lost 15% of its value? That £800 billion hasn't been taken out of the country by just one company? That research and development budgets haven't been slashed? That jobs are leaking abroad? That companies are considering leaving? And the ones that have already left include the chief Brexiteer. Is that the doomsday scenario that you are predicting isn't going to happen? Because it already has. But I'm wasting my breath because he's got his fingers in his ears and he's humming loudly to himself. Keen not to hear anything he disagrees with. Now everything's going to be fine. I can feel it in my gut. Lewisham, Barry.
Hi there. Good morning.
How's your gut, Barry?
Oh gosh, I'm feeling sick with these people talking nonsense. Why do they do it? What's his name? Donald Tusk.
Yes.
Right. What he said was obviously true. Yeah. People voted based upon someone promoting something where they had no idea where they were going.
Yeah, but all of those usual suspects who write columns in right-wing newspapers, they all quoted the beginning of his sentence, but not the end part. They said there's a special place in hell for Brexiteers, and then they chopped this sentence in half, and they said, "Aha!"
Yep. And you know what they did? They acted like ISIS. They used the Brexit. They used the voters. They used the voters as cover. They used them as human shields.
As ISIS.
They held them all up.
Really?
They did. They said, "Oh, look, Brexit voters. They're talking about you." The sentence clearly wasn't talking about Brexit voters. It was obvious. But then I actually heard Brexit voters apply it to themselves. Oh, I'm so offended. And I thought, well, why would you be offended that somebody else is calling someone else an idiot? That's their business. They're an idiot. Just deal with that, innit?
Whether or not you agree with that hell is a thing or not, and to me it just seems like childish talk to talk about hell and heaven and all that stuff, but, you know, that's religion. Fortunately, we're getting out from under that dark cloud. But anyway, the hell part is neither here nor there. He was criticising somebody, our politicians, for engineering a path without figuring out how it was we were going to negotiate that path.
Yeah, I mean, there's simple analogies that liken to this. So, for example, I want to leave the house. I need to know what the weather's going to be like, because do I need to carry a coat? I need to know how we're going to get where we're going.
Let me preempt callers who will say, "Aha!" But weather forecasts are often wrong.
Yeah, possibly. But you know what?
Don't even address that thought, Barry. Just ignore it and move along.
Well, the thing is, even though weather forecasts are wrong, I watch the weather forecast in the morning just to see if I should carry an umbrella.
Most of the time, they're right in the short term.
No one's saying anything's 100%, but even their own economist, Patrick Minford, who Jacob Rees-Mogg still quotes. He was on the radio tonight. I heard him on your station quoting Patrick Minford how brilliant things will be. But Patrick Minford has already said manufacturing will die, agriculture will die if we leave with no deal.
Well, if we leave with no deal, agriculture is looking precisely right at death in the face. It's just going to fall flat away.
And the facts are obvious, but yet it's so it doesn't matter what you say. These Brexit voters, it's like they want to be stupid. They don't have to be. It's a choice.
Well, I mean, the way I put it is it's willful ignorance. It's not that they want to be stupid. It's just that they refuse to take on board any contrary information to the decision that they've already made based on gut instinct or a personal obsession or a personal enmity.
Yeah, it's a kind of madness. As I said in the beginning, this is like religion, right?
It's a cult.
Yeah, it really is. They don't think about any logic. They're not listening to any forecasts. They're not looking where they're going. They're just running blindly. And they couldn't care if we all hit into a wall. And they've now they've all said, we don't care if we hit into a wall. Now, I think what needs to happen is that we really need to take stock as a country and say, hold on a second, we've got a pack of idiots who are trying to lead us into a wall. We don't want to go into a wall. We're going to do something about it. So we need to do something about it.
Well, that would only be a general election, wouldn't it?
Well, we need to therefore campaign as people for a general election.
Because at the moment, I think at the moment we have somebody who is only elected as a local MP who appears to be running the country, and that's Jacob Rees-Mogg. He appears to be our Prime Minister in all but name.
Well, he's got a bit too much power in my mind. He's got the media.
Absolutely ridiculous.
He's got the media. He's got politics. He's got everything. How can you need separation of powers in order to have scrutiny? Who's going to scrutinise him if he is the media as well? Do you know what I mean? He can't be scrutinised in that situation. And we as the people require effective scrutiny. That comes via our media, which is why I love you. You know, because you've done this since, and this is not personal. But I love what you do, because you've been doing this since austerity, and you've been calling it out for what it is. And if only the rest of the media were doing what you would do, these jokers like Jacob Rees-Mogg would have been. So if you and James O'Brien could be all of the media, then we would possibly have some scrutiny. But I sit there and I try to watch Question Time. I try to watch all these other things, The Pledge. I try. And it's so difficult because these people are so skewed. They don't seem to care that they're leading people down a blind alley.
Well, I tell you what, James O'Brien should put himself forward to be our next Prime Minister, and I'll be the Minister for Media and Sport, so I can suck up a lot of those free tickets for stuff.
You could be Chancellor. I trust you.
That sounds like a proper job. I want to be the Minister for Fun.
I want you to do a proper job. You've got this bad time you did. So why do you have to suffer as well?
It's like talking to my parents now. About time I did a proper job. No thanks. I've managed to reach this advanced age without doing it so far. Not going to start now.
Happy birthday.
By the way, the weather forecast, the completely incorrect weather forecast, in case you are thinking of leaving the house, because we were talking about that some moments ago, Barry. Oh, he's left. Because he's not interested in the weather forecast, because it's something that's been provided by experts, and nobody is remotely interested in them anymore because they once got something wrong. But look at that. I think that we have gone through this winter completely unscathed. Okay, there was one day... What was that? Somebody speaking in my headphones. What was that?
I don't know, it's not me.
Somebody in 2A. Can you tell them to shut up? I'm trying to do a radio show here, crying out loud. I want the name of the person who's interrupting this super show. The weather forecast for the next 2 weeks is just fantastic. Well, I mean, it's not fantastic. It's not going to be like 80 degrees. But for winter, it's amazing. It's not going to get below 0, and the high is going to be tickling 10. In fact, it's going to be a little bit over that for the next week or so. How marvellous. Of course, listeners in Glasgow will get their own. It's Daddy, and where's my bourbon? Don't you remember anything? And remember this.
Be polite!
They're going to put a statue up of David Beckham outside the LA Galaxy Stadium. Oh, please. What's it going to be? Of him with his shirt off, taking a picture of himself and uploading it to Instagram. Now I've heard it all. Oh, speaking of America, did anybody see that thing that they called American football?
Boring!
Oh my God, I've never seen anything so dull in all my life. And that was supposed to be the epitome of American footballing. The Super Bowl. There was nothing super about it. That was awful. How is that even a thing, American football? Why would anybody watch that? And it just goes on and on and on. And it looks like it's supposed to last an hour and a half, but it actually lasts 4 hours. It seems like a cruel and unusual punishment to me. Greenwich, hello, Patrick.
Hi, Nick. I was sort of a strong in voting in the referendum and got very
Patrick, your phone has gone weird. Can you start again?
I was a very strong Remainer in the vote in the referendum and was very upset when the vote went the other way. But listening to everything that the politicians and others are saying at the moment, I think, we are where we are, and I think people need to start getting behind the Prime Minister more than they are doing so.
Why? Does she know what she's doing? Does she know what she wants? Where is she going? We've got to figure out in which direction she's going before we get behind her.
Well, I think the point is that we need to move forward from where we are. We're leaving open the deal, really, that's still got to be done, and that's got to be negotiated. But it seems that there's just a stumbling block over a point that really shouldn't be a stumbling block at this stage, which is just simply this backstop issue.
Well, you think that if she came back and solved the backstop to everybody's delight, that people like Jacob Rees-Mogg and his acolytes would say, "Oh, okay then, we'll sign up to whatever you got, Mrs. M." Of course they wouldn't. They'll refuse to look at anything that she's got because they want to sail out on WTO terms for whatever bizarre reason it is that they've concocted.
Well, I think the vote in Parliament showed that there's a majority that if you essentially sort out the backstop issue, her deal will go through, which will...
Really? I see no evidence of that. Where'd you get that from?
The vote in Parliament was a majority for, if you adjust the backstop, will pass through your deal.
Right, well, we'll see. I very much doubt it, but we'll see.
Well, I think the key issue is whether they can actually get rid of the backstop, and it sounds as though, obviously, the Europeans are pushing back firmly on that.
Well, they're sticking up for the Europeans, as you would expect them to do.
Well, I think that's where it gets interesting, because it's not. It's what they're doing in the backstop is saying, if we, by the time you finally get through your transition period, if we haven't come to an agreement, you're stuck in the EU. And the issue there is about the border and whether hard border comes up or not. And the British side and the Irish side have clearly said, that's not going to happen, we're not going to do it. So then the only people who are imposing the border would be the Europeans saying to the Irish...
No, but that's completely untrue. You can't leave a trading bloc and not have a border. But let's not get bogged down in all of that. Let's go back to the original point that you think that if Mrs. M comes up with some magical proposal, that people like the Moggs and the Borises of this world are going to just fall into line. I don't think that's going to happen at all.
Well, I think it still leaves open. They've still got to work out what the deal's going to be over the next few years. You know, that's what the whole political statement's about. It's about what deal we're going to do, and that's still to be done.
But that's a very good point. It's kind of lost in amongst all this fog.
It is, yeah.
This is what we're doing now. Is supposed to be the easy part.
Yeah.
It's the trade deal that's going to be difficult. This is just the leaving bit.
Yeah, exactly. And I think I guess my position is I didn't want us to leave. I can understand some of the reasons why people did vote to leave. I don't sort of cast everybody with dispersions and say, it's all motivated by, racism or other things like that, necessarily.
Well, you don't have to cast aspersions. People, they listed the number one reason for them voting out was immigration. So you don't have to put the words in their mouths. They said that.
No, absolutely. But of course, but I'm not. I think there's a difference though between the immigration that people feel is affecting. Taxi drivers saying, well, these people are coming in and taking my jobs, and people perceiving that there are not places in schools, etc. If people perceive it as an issue, I think our views on immigration or the number of racists or whatever in the country probably haven't changed hugely over the years. Maybe they got a bit stoked up by the referendum campaigns, but I think people were probably disenchanted and angry at what was going on.
Yes, and I entirely agree, with good reason. But what they have allowed themselves to do is to be persuaded to blame the wrong people. The reason that we don't have enough housing, and the reason that we don't have enough schools, and the reason we don't have enough doctors, and the reason that the lights are about to go out, and that we're about to be subsumed by a wave of change that we're completely unprepared for with artificial intelligence and climate change, is not people coming over here. It's not people below you on the ladder that are at fault. It's the people above you on the ladder. Always. I mean, in pretty much everything that ails us, it's the people above us that's at fault, but they have the megaphone in the press and the money and the tactics of persuasion, and they have very successfully at almost every turn persuaded the people to blame those below them on the ladder. I mean, how many times have you read in the newspaper? Oh, it's single mothers. And it's people who have 23 children and refuse to work, and it's people on in a council house who say that this council house isn't big enough for me. I want a bigger one, And all of these individual stories which add up to this sense that we're being done over by those below us on the ladder. They're dragging us down. But that's completely untrue. It's the ones above us on the ladder that are the problem.
I totally agree. People have been missold their problems, as it were, and this as being a solution. But if you look at the position we're in now, and I guess that's the point that I'm making, we are where we are. We've had this referendum, we've had a expression of democracy. What do we do now? We've got to move forward. And moving forward is only getting to the position of we need to have this negotiation, and here's a political statement that sets out what everybody's hopeful for. That's not an issue for people. We need to move forward, and we seem to be getting bogged down in technicalities that are...
When you say we, are you talking about the general public? You're talking about the Theresa May?
No, we as in Theresa May, the government pushing this forward. We as a country are in a position that's horrendous. The position is this sort of cliff edge Brexit, or this deal, which should very easily go through. There should be no issue with it because we've had the vote in Parliament that shows that there's a majority, as long as they just get rid of this backstop.
Yeah, issue. I don't believe that that's true, but we'll find out. All right, thanks a lot, Patrick. 0345 6060 973. See, you kept saying we, and I thought he was talking about just us in the public, but he was talking about our chief negotiators. I've come to really hate that word negotiation. It just I've just heard it too many times and in the wrong circumstances. How's the negotiations going, Mrs. M?
Fabulous.
That's what I thought. 0345 6060 973. James says, you put a great deal of store in economists. Try asking 20 of them the same question, you will get 20 different answers. That's not true. The useless clowns didn't even see the 2008 crash coming. Well, some of them did. As we poor sods bailed the banks out. Oh, that's the end of that. That's part of the same sentence. But in my defence, it comes after a colon, which is incorrect in that context. Should your judgment be based on economic forecasts, perhaps you should study meteorology. At least the participants of that science admit it to being inexact. Well, economists admit to being inexact. I mean, it's not physics, James. No economist on earth would ever say that their science is exact, any more than a psychologist would say that their science is exact. Of course, psychologists would beat each other up about whether it was actually a science or not, but let's not go down. 3.
Come on, we're running late!
Here's a call in West Hampstead. Hello, Ruth.
Oh, hey, it's a complicated business, this Brexit, isn't it, Nick? It's almost like maybe Cameron shouldn't have given it to the country to be responsible for. Maybe.
Yeah, we're still not missing you, David, in case you were wondering.
No, we're certainly not. Where is he anyway? He's got his feet up somewhere.
He's in the shed where they keep the tools.
His swanky shed. Nick, you suddenly made me think earlier on when you were talking about the plum. No.
Listening to this show made you think?
It's a good thing. Look, somebody's got to be thinking, haven't they? Most of the country doesn't seem to be, so I'll give it a crack. But you were talking about, the Polish plumbers and the workmen coming over from Europe, and I work as a nanny, and this hadn't even occurred to me. I work as a nanny. Of course, there are lots more people over here working as nannies in the last, however many decades since free movement, and I'm good at my job. Therefore, I'm not out of a job. And all of those people that come over here, I mean, I've got friends from Romania, I've got friends from Poland. They all work as nannies. I would never look at them as anything other than my friends. They're not my rivals. They're my friends. So,
well, now, is that true? Because in radio, that's not really true. In show business, it's not true. You only wish somebody well in show business if they've got 6 months to live.
No, absolutely, absolutely, my friends. I'm just worried, Nick, that, Brexit will happen and the only person who'll be able to afford me will be Jacob Rees-Mogg. You know, and the guy's, he's got like 10 children, and he's got the virility of Charlie Chaplin. You know, he's going to be popping them out till he's 80. I'm going to be absolutely exhausted.
Can I please ask you to stop talking about Jacob Rees-Mogg in that way, because there's certain mental images that are popping into my mind right now.
Disgusting.
I'll never be able to get rid of them.
Yeah, well, you won't be the one that will be there working for him, Nick, honestly, looking after his 20 children.
Why did you... why on earth would you choose to surround yourself by horrible screaming kids?
Oh, no, the kids I look after are fantastic. They're very pro-EU. They're great James O'Brien fans, actually. So, you know,
how old are we talking about?
Well, they're 11.
11?
They're 11, yeah. No, they know a lot about Brexit, actually.
Really?
The 11-year-old boy, he could school the last corner on the backstop, like, you know, seriously, he really could. Which seems to be confusing just about everybody. I mean, it's not a backstop if it's able to just not be used anymore.
Yeah, I know. If you can unilaterally leave it, there's no backstop, obviously.
Absolutely.
That's the definition of a backstop. It's an insurance policy. If you can just leave it, then it ain't no insurance, is it? But, you know, never,
Exactly.
these are just facts, Ruth. An 11-year-old might be able to understand them, but you or I is like beyond our ken.
Well, I think maybe we just put the children in charge, to be honest. They talk about, should we have another...
I think that ship sailed, Ruth.
16-year-old. Oh, dear. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen next. I've just reached the point where anything could happen next. That's pretty terrifying to me.
But I restate my case, and I don't know what's going to happen next either. I'm not expecting it to be great, and I'm certainly not expecting life to be fantastic immediately or in the short term after we leave. I'm just curious as to who or what the Brexiteers are going to blame for the country not improving when we're out.
Well, they blame the Ramonas, weren't they? We're always going to get the blame, weren't we? We've held them back.
Well, but that's already happened. I mean, I've read out several emails blaming me personally for our current travails. We haven't got a deal because you Ramonas keep whining, as though that's in any way relevant.
Well, they'll blame everybody but themselves, basically.
Well, we know that's true. Yeah, I'm just curious as to who specifically they will lay the blame at for our country not reclaiming its preeminent place in the world.
Well, you've got me. I don't know. Anybody and everybody apart from themselves.
Now, if you were to give parents of now, do you just nanny for sort of semi-grown-up children or actual babies?
No, well, I've had these children since they were a few months old. So
right, okay.
I've stayed a long time.
So I'm sure that there's new parents who haven't had a wink of sleep since the baby arrived. If you could give them one piece of advice, like a newbie, a new parent doesn't know what they're doing, just floundering around, trying to read books on parenting and all of that stuff. If you could give them one piece of advice, what would it be?
Well, there is a really good book, actually, by somebody called Gina Ford. Am I allowed to say that?
I think you did.
Yeah, and she actually, I've always used her kind of sleep method, and her they need routine. Routine, I suppose, is the most important thing. You know, not everybody likes the Gina Ford method, but if you can get your child into a routine, and they love routine. You know, you're taking them here, you're taking them everywhere, they're going to sleep at different times. It's not going to work. You know, you have to adapt your routine to theirs. They're not going to adapt to you. That's probably my piece of advice.
Right. How about punishment?
There's probably people listening to this, actually, that, you know, they're just listening because their baby's screaming and, you know, they can't get it off to sleep. So, you know.
So are you a big fan of punishment? No.
No, not at all. No, definitely.
You know what you should have said, Ruth? What you should have said, if because I set you up perfectly, but this is an open goal that you missed.
You wanted me to say I'll put Boris Johnson over my knee, didn't you?
No. In answer to the question, what should a new parent do? Give them one piece of advice. You should have said hire a nanny.
Oh, yeah, I'm talking myself out of a job.
Exactly.
Well, most people probably couldn't afford me anyway. So
right.
I'm off to the Rees-Moggs.
Okay, well, best of luck, Ruth.
Thank you.
You've got your hands up.
Oh, hello, Nick. I agree with every single argument you've made.
What?
I said I agree.
No, I heard you. I just couldn't believe it.
Argument you've made that we can expect a tsunami.
Oh, a tsunami.
Now, there's one way, in my view, to avoid a tsunami and get the get the Brexiteers and everybody else away from the sand grains. I loved your analogy, by the way. And that is to stay put.
Oh, don't say
That is the only way economically we can survive. We'll get a revolution because we're overturning the democratic vote, but we're going to get a revolution anyway because, as you very clearly point out, austerity is going to bite far deeper than it has already, and there will be a lot of people blamed, and we will have a revolution anyway. So it's a question of which revolution do we prefer. I prefer the revolution that will come from our staying in, because economically, at least, we'll survive.
Well, that's an interesting point.
Thank you.
No, thank you. I suppose if we're going to get riots in the streets, then we should pick we should pick the placards that are going to be thrown through McDonald's windows.
Exactly. We choose the least worst revolution.
Yeah.
And what I would love to see you do is explore this option. It still is an option. We can revoke Article 50 before the end of next month, if we so choose, and stay put. And this option has just not been explored by LBC to anything like the extent, as I said to your producer, that you've explored all the other options, like crashing out and all the rest of it.
Yes, and I think that probably because we don't want to be subsumed by hundreds of callers who are apoplectic with rage and screaming down the phone such that we can't actually make out what it is they're saying.
The beauty about being a radio presenter is you can pick and choose who you listen to.
Yeah, fade them out. Yeah, exactly.
But do you agree that we should explore this option now? It's becoming more and more an option, I think, given the other two options, which are, as you've said, are dead ducks, really, in economic terms.
I think we've gone beyond the point at which the people that are running the country for the benefit of the people. I think the people that are running the country for the benefit of the people that are running the country. In other words, they are doing what's best for their own political future and that of their own parties.
Nick, would you not agree that the Rees-Moggs and so forth, who're putting their money into safe havens, will probably benefit more by staying in than by leaving anyway? So I don't see your point.
I'm not talking about Rees-Mogg. I don't know how he has arranged his finances, but I would expect that the money behind Brexit, the people who are behind that money are betting against the British economy. You know, in much the same way as George Soros bet against the pound, made $1 billion. I think that these people are most keen on the hardest Brexit because they know it would have the greatest negative effect on our economy, which would mean that if they bet against the pound, for instance, that as the pound goes down, their winnings go up. That's why I think they are so adamant that they want the hardest possible Brexit, is because they'll cash in.
I'm a conspiracy theorist, Nick, but I don't think my conspiracy theorism goes that far, to be honest.
Okay.
I think you're elasticating it.
Right. Well, I got that one wrong. Maybe it's not all about the money, honey. All right, thanks a lot, Robert. Cheers.
Right.
Thanks for setting me straight. Some texts and emails and such. James says, how about putting your energies into making a success of leaving the EU, rather than whinging incessantly and refusing to accept the result of the referendum? Again, what the hell's it got to do with me? I'm just talking here. I'm not running the country. That's what it's going to be after we leave, and the country does not immediately spring to its feet and charge forward to a better future, isn't it? Already, ardent Brexiteers are rummaging around trying to find whose fault it's going to be that everything doesn't turn out really, really well. And it'll be the fault of the Remoaners who stymied our glorious exit, or delayed it, or said nasty things about it, or, oh, God. But really? That's whose fault? That's who you're going to point the finger at?
Guy, he's a good person.
Thanks, Donny. You're the best. You're the best, worst president ever. Could his future be any darker? The potential lawsuits swirling around him, it just gets more and more exciting. It's coming from every direction. North, south, east and west, baby. But that's not what I want to talk about. Unless you do. Let's talk about the weather. NASA has revealed that last year, 2018, was officially... Doesn't that sound like the future, 2018? It sounds like sci-fi. But it's not sci-fi, it's sci-fi. Not science fiction, science fact. 2018 was officially the 4th hottest year on record. It was 0.83 degrees centigrade warmer than the average temperature, which was, that is the average temperature measured between 1951 and 1980. 0.83 degrees centigrade, and you double it and you add 32 to get Fahrenheit. And double 0.83 is, I don't know.
Affirmative.
Scientists at NASA's Goddard Institute for Space Studies. That'd be awful to be a receptionist at that place, wouldn't it? Hello, NASA's Goddard Institute for Space Studies. How may I direct your call? You quit after the first morning. Anyway, scientists there say that this makes this a fact. Did I mention that I'm talking about facts? There goes half the audience switching off. Nobody's remotely interested in facts anymore. Everybody gets to have their own facts. School is cancelled. NASA say that this fact makes the last 5 years the warmest half-decade on record. Unless you don't believe in science, in which case you can dismiss all of this entirely. Experts from the... Oh, God. Experts...
Oh, no.
Experts from... I knew it was coming and it still made me laugh. Experts from the World Meteorological... See, that would be worse. You try saying meteorological. I bet they can't get anybody to answer the phones over there. The World Meteorological Organization. I mean, it's just impossible. Hello, WMO. The World Meteorological Organization. The World Meteorological Organization say that prolonged periods of record temperatures are more important than ranking individual years. It's all about trends, baby.
Groovy.
And who said that? I'll tell you. The World Meteorological Organization. That's who. Based on Australia's scorching January and the extreme colds felt in the US this last month, global warming looks set to continue to break records in 2019 and beyond, scientists claim. I don't know what you're thinking. How can it be global hotness if there's cold outside? That's probably exactly what you were thinking, isn't it? About the hotness. That's what scientists say, based on Australia's scorching... Is there anybody listening in Australia right now? Or I think Australia's on fire. Can somebody check if Australia is still there? If there's anybody listening in Australia right now, give me a ring straight away, assuming your landline is still working. That's what experts say. According to experts, Australia's scorching January and extreme colds felt in the US last month means that global warming is set to continue to break records in 2019 and beyond. That's what scientists say, but as we are no longer interested in the opinion of so-called experts and their so-called science, we can dismiss all of that out of hand.
Correct.
We will be protected from the effects of global warming by simply believing that it doesn't exist. Said the Secretary General of the... Oh, God, is he really? Is the Secretary General of the World Meteorological Organization? Why is that so hard? I think it's because you've got to throw your mouth from one very difficult position straight away into another. It's sort of like gymnastics for the mouth. I'm doing PE with my face hole. Said the Secretary General... well, let's hope that the Secretary General of that organisation's name is very, very easy to pronounce. In other news, it really isn't. The World Meteorological Organization's Secretary General is called Petteri Taalis. Oh, for crying out loud. Could it get any worse than that?
No.
You know General Petteri Taalis, the Secretary General of the World Meteorological Organization? Hey, wow, I'm getting good at this. I've learned how to say it. And that'll probably be the last time in my entire life I have to say that sentence. Phew. Anyway, he said The 20 warmest... I get all that right, and I fall over 20. The 20 warmest years on record have been in the past 22 years. Think about that for a moment. Okay, stop thinking. The degree of warming during the past 4 years has been exceptional, both on land and in the ocean, wherever that is. But don't worry, because global actions are in place to limit the surging temperatures. We've got the Paris Agreement, which has been unratified by you-know-who. Mr. I love the poorly educated.
I love the poorly educated.
I still am just stunned by that. He stood in front of a group of, like a crowd of drooling, knuckle-dragging yeehaws, and said to them, I love the poorly educated, and they whooped and cheered. He loves us. You've got to take your hat off, to your Make America White Again hat off to Donald Trump. He's like one of those magicians who picks your pocket. Actually, he's worse than that. He's like somebody, like a street mugger, who tells you that he's picking your pocket as he's picking your pocket. But you assume that because he's telling you that straight off the bat, that he's not actually doing it. It can't be true, you think. But he is. He's doing it. It's not like he needs the money.
I make $400 million a year, so what difference does it make?
Yeah, sure you do, Donny. Sure you do. Anyway, where was I? Don't get me sidetracked on him. Oh, yeah, the Paris Agreement. Yeah, he was whining about that.
I'm a whiner, and I keep whining and whining.
About the Paris Agreement, or any other agreement that was orchestrated by his predecessor. You remember his predecessor, don't you? Obama. He used to rule the world back when it was a sane place. You remember back that far? God, it was only a couple of years ago. Look at this. Look at the mess. And it all started when David Bowie died. Yeah, thanks a lot, David Bowie. You couldn't have hung on for another couple of years. Anyway, the Paris Agreement, this international effort ratified in 2015 to limit climate change. And I think the extent of that agreement was that it really is awful and something should be done. Now let's go to lunch. I mean, it really is just pathetic what we're doing here. In the future, assuming that there is a future, because anything could happen from, in the next 10 minutes, we could be all washed away on a giant wave. Or a you-know-who could get us into a you-know-what. And then we'll all be in the whoop-dee-dee-scoop-poop. Exactly. I'm not saying he's going to bring us to war.
I'll bring us into war.
But that's what he's saying. But if he doesn't do that, then we could... what we're missing is, by concentrating on the relatively unimportant stuff, like Brexit, for instance, is the two giant waves are about to subsume us. One is climate change, and the other is artificial intelligence. And we're not doing anything about either of them. The robots are on the rise.
Affirmative.
But on this one, at least we've had plenty of warning, and we haven't done a blind thing about it. People have been tolling the warning bell, and we've been doing our best to ignore it, or pretending that it won't happen, or just crossing our fingers and screwing our eyes up and wishing upon a star that we're going to be all right. Because, that'll work. So the Paris Agreement, which took forever, and an ancient orange has turned his back on because he didn't negotiate that deal. Worst deal ever. Nobody ever saw such a bad deal. Is to restrict global warming to at least 2 centigrade above pre-industrial levels. We're already 0.83 centigrade in the last 30, 40 years. So what chance have we got? Ideally, we want to restrict the global warming to below 1.5 degrees. Now, we're already at 0.83 degrees since 1950. And 1.5 degrees minus 0.83 degrees is, it's probably a number. It's a number. That is a fact. As we're almost a degree above where we were 50 years ago, it doesn't seem likely, does it, to restrict it below 1.5 degrees centigrade? Unless the leader of the free world takes control and saves the planet for all mankind. Which doesn't really seem very likely, does it? Unfortunately, the leader of the free world is a giant preening man-baby who mistakes his own willful ignorance for a genius intuition and just does whatever his donors in the fossil fuel industry want him to do, while lying to us about not taking any money from outside sources. You are going to jail, Donny. you and everybody you ever met. I can't wait. Isn't it exciting? It is. It's a little bit exciting. Because back in June 2017, President Trump announced his intention for the US, the second largest producer of greenhouse gases, to withdraw from the Paris Climate Agreement. The American primate withdrew from the Paris Climate Agreement. Meanwhile, the Met Office said the next 5 years are likely to see temperatures of 1 degree centigrade above pre-industrial levels as the Earth experiences its warmest decade ever. Since we were, you know, a ball of molten lead being flung through space after the Big Bang. Let's talk about the Big Bang.
Disgusting.
All right, then let's not. 0345 6060 973. Now I want to talk about consequences. And this is this also pertains to air pollution, which also pertains to the riots that are going on in France at the moment, and it also pertains to a little protest that went on in London, which was orchestrated by those nice men and women of the Black Cab fraternity and sisterhood. Sexist. What's the fifth? I've got a mental block. What's the female version of a fraternity? Bet my glamorous assistant knows. Sisterhood? No. What is it?
Yeah, sisterhood, isn't it?
Well, but it's not quite the same.
Fraternity. I keep thinking maternity, but that's not it.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. You failed this test. And wishing you a good night. Well, what does that mean? Do you know something that I don't? Why shouldn't I be okay? Okay? That seems a bit of a mediocre thing to wish on someone. How about hope you're great? Hope you're super fantastic. Kevin says you can continue to live in your warmest ignorance as promoted by the Met Office and the BBC. It didn't take long, did it? Well, I'm very angry. Do you deliberately pick out the angriest and the most splenetic contributors?
These are the ones I tidy up.
Right, okay. So yes, in other words. Kevin says you can continue to live in your warmest ignorance. Thanks. Thanks, Kevin. Oh, there's more. As promoted by the Met Office and the BBC, but the day is coming soon, and I mean within the next 10 years or so, when the winter climate of the UK will be like Canada or Alaska as the new solar minimum begins to take effect. You can deny it all you want. Right. So everybody else is predicting that the Earth is going to warm up, but you, Kevin, being an expert and all, are predicting that the Earth is going to cool. And you know what I hear when I receive the messages like that? In my mind, all I'm hearing is... Yeah, thanks a lot, Kevin. Thanks for your expertise. And your insults. Mary says, if 20 out of the last 23 years have been the warmest on record, why was 1976 left out, as that was scorching? I remember it well. My school milk was warm every day. Yeah, I remember that too. And we had to drink it too. Now, I don't know why, but we all wanted to be milk monitor, which sounded like an extra job in retrospect, but we all wanted to be milk monitor, a bunch of goody two-shoes. I can't actually recall what milk monitor meant. I think it was just that you took the warm milk that had been sitting outside since like 6 o'clock in the morning when it was delivered in a baking hot heat, and then delivered it to to each table. to unreceptive children. I mean, who wants to drink warm... Well, warm milk is one thing, but just lukewarm milk that is rapidly going off, that's something else entirely. Yeah, I remember 1976 well. Actually, I was 16 in 1976, so I was not milk monitor. That would have been alarming. But yeah, what a year 1976 was. But, Mary, maths fans will point out that 1976 wasn't within the last 23 years. So there's that explained for you. You're welcome. Ian, but I think 1975 was pretty good too, wasn't it? I think those 2 years were the only good thing about the 1970s. I just went to see an exhibition of Don McCullen's photographs at Tate Britain. God, he is a superb photographer. I mean, it's just absolutely fantastic. But a lot of his photographs are things that you don't actually want to look at, but the art of his framing and his printing is just it's just one of the best photographers I've ever seen. And he did a lot of work in the 1970s in London and places around Britain. Blimey, it's hard to believe that this country looked like such a mess in the 1970s. It's exactly as bad as I remember it. It's like a bomb site, like a war zone. It's like Beirut out there in the 1970s. But the weather was great, and the music was great. Other than that, rubbish.
Rock and roll!
This one says, thank you for everyone who called in saying the female equivalent is sorority. Idiots. That was just a test. Of course I knew that all along. I feel so stupid. Shooters Hill. Hello, Chris.
Hello, Dick.
Chris.
How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Smashing stuff. Yeah, just a quick one about the compliments there. One of the worst ones I find is how you're diddling. I can't stand that one, but
no.
It's a bad one. I was actually trying to ring last night and text you last night about when your book's coming out. I think it's out already because I listened to one of your podcasts earlier, and I was looking forward to having a chat with you about when your book's out.
Well, I'm glad you asked, Chris. This is almost like this is set up. My book is out. Yes, it's available on on ebook. If you want to save the planet, or if you really hate trees, it's available in paperback too. It's called the Car Crash 24-hour-a-day multiple newsgasm.
Smashing stuff.
The view from the back seat.
Excellent.
And it is available now. And by the way, if you took part in the A to Z of 2018 last year, then the full and unexpurgated list is in the back of that book.
Yeah, that was my next question. I think I managed to get in there with tactical contact. I hope I did. Don't tell me if I did or not, but I'm going to have a little sneak peek.
Well, there's hundreds and hundreds of entries in there. I can't remember.
I do remember having a conversation with you. It was quite a good one. And also, it was I was desperately trying to text in on my new iPhone because I'm normally Android, and I just buggered it up and thought, well, actually, I'm just going to carry on listening to the rest of the show. But I was also going to.
How has that switched from Android to Apple?
Well, I lost my Android phone, and my brother gave me an iPhone.
Right.
So
it's a consolation prize.
Yes, and it's really annoying, and it's doing my head in. But so I just thought I'd use the landline tonight as well.
Oh, well, thank goodness. It sounds like you're talking from within the room.
I know, it's fantastic, isn't it? I was also going to quickly kind of mention last night, but failed, about the lady with the feelings towards her gut feeling.
Oh yeah.
Which was I just thought was quite hilarious. But on the flip side, I don't know if I'm going to kick off a riot or
no. Here we go. Grip onto something firm. Something controversial is coming up.
I know. Yeah, brace yourselves. I just thought. I mean, I voted with my feelings as well, but I just felt that I was being sold a con. So that's my little contribution.
Yeah. Well, I think that your gut. You should also go with your gut feeling, Chris.
I know. Yes. Yeah. That was the outcome of that one.
And what's your gut feeling about Apple over Android?
I don't know. I think I've been spied on a bit too much. A bit more than Android. I think Android is safe. Yeah. But with Apple, there's all sorts of things coming up that I've got to log in with emails, and that they already know. They've already set up a playlist of all my music that I like.
Right, so they know who you are.
Yeah.
That you're just having to prove who you are, even though they know who you are.
Kind of, in a way, yeah. But I've slightly given them the runaround by taking a year off of my date of birth. So I'm actually a year older, according to them.
That's not going to confuse them.
I don't know, it might.
You know what, Chris? They're probably watching you at all times. You know that forward-facing camera on your phone? That's constantly on, as is the microphone. Everybody should remember that, particularly if you're in radio, that the microphone is always on, even when it's off.
Oh, no.
Yes.
But that's not cricket, is it?
Well, it's just true, though. Be careful.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm actually watching radio on the telly now, because I've got my radio's upstairs. And
Wow, you've blown my mind, Chris.
I know, it's great.
Radio on the TV.
Yeah.
How is that even possible?
I don't know, it's the AI takeover. It's beginning. That's what I think.
Wait, did you hear about the fire in that Ocado warehouse? I mean, talk about a glimpse into the future. That was amazing. Did you see the pictures from the inside of that warehouse? Incredible what's going on at the moment.
Do you know what? I didn't. Is that like new news or...
Oh, it's new-ish, a couple of days old, but you'll catch up.
Okay, cool.
I might mention it later on, if I get the time. All right, excellent. Thanks a lot, Chris. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. This entire building is on Apple. I can't stand them. I've mentioned this before, but I'm going to mention it again. I had all of my iTunes, all of my music was... I prefer the physical product. I like CDs. I know that makes me sound like I'm about 108 years old, but I like CDs, okay? But I did put all of my stuff, including a lot of music that I don't have on CD, on iTunes, and it was expertly curated, and I spent hours. I just got it into my mind that all of those albums that I didn't have the album art for, that was just a blank, it started to grate on me. And so I went out of my way and I searched out all that art and copied and pasted it in and made sure that, if you buy an album and some of the tracks are, I don't know, like say some of them, like it's a Joe Walsh album, for instance, and some of them are listed Joe Walsh and Jeff Lynne or Joe Walsh and somebody else, it will put it into another album. Whereas it's just track 3, it will think, oh, this is a completely different album, so I'll stick it on an album that is just for that track. Idiots. And so I fixed all of that. Hundreds, if not thousands of albums, all curated to perfection. And then my computer died. But I thought, that's all right, because iTunes is still there. I'll just transfer it from my old computer to my new one. And instead of transferring this expertly curated library of excellent music, now all I've got is 1,000 tracks anonymously marked track 1 and 1,000 tracks anonymously marked track 2, and so on. Never buying any of their products again. I hate them. Yeah, what about that story? I mean, the Southampton Football Club say they plan to ban 2 fans who were detained by police after taunting Cardiff's fans over the death of Emiliano Sala. It's the team's first match since the player's body was recovered from the plane after crashing into the English Channel last month. The club say they will continue to work with Hampshire police to identify those responsible for making aeroplane gestures. What the hell is wrong with people? That should be the topic on this show from now until the end of time. Good grief. I am stunned. Well, actually, I'm not stunned. That's about par for the course. Jane in Liverpool, on the other hand, says this world is now a safer place. Despite Trump and climate change, the Duke of Edinburgh has given up his driver's licence. Yeah, we appreciate it, your Dukeness.
Thank you.
Yeah. Or as they say in Edinburgh, the Chuki Embra. And, of course, the usual hem sniffers will come crawling out of the woodwork saying things like, well, of course, His Majesty is the most marvellous driver because His Majesty is practically perfect in every way, as one would expect of His Majesty. Thank goodness. Get one of your drivers to do it. Not like you ain't got enough. But just a rude old man who's never been corrected. 034, unless that's a controversial thing to say, in which case I'll withdraw it. Purfleet, hello Lorraine.
Nick, hi, how are you?
Great, mate.
Absolutely love your show.
Thanks.
I'm not going to stay too long. I just have very few words to say.
Yes.
The first thing is life is too short.
It is.
Spend it doing what you love with people you love.
Yeah. If you can't love the one you're with, then just close your eyes and think of somebody else.
I don't understand these people that spend their whole Friday and Saturday listening to you when they can't stand you.
I know.
I would rather do something I like. If I don't like you, I don't like Farage, I don't like Ferrari, I don't like Rees-Mogg. The minute they come onto the radio, I turn it off and start doing something else that I love to do to make me happy.
Well, see, now I would I would register a complaint there about Nick Ferrari, because I think Nick Ferrari is one of the most talented broadcasters in the country.
I just said I don't like him. So
Well, I know you do.
Talented.
Okay, then. All right.
He's great. Of course, he thinks he's funny.
Well, no, that crucially, he is funny. See,
something underlying about him that's a bit dark, I'm afraid.
Nick Ferrari is he's like he's like a Swiss Army. He's the Swiss Army knife of presenters, because he can do everything, and there's not many people that can. He can do tabloidese, he can do broadsheet content, he can do serious political interviews, he can do silly interviews, and the kicker is he's actually funny.
You know what? I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying I don't like him.
Right.
He's not my cup of tea.
Okay, then.
And everything you say is absolutely accurate. And I'm just going to finish on one little note saying I love listening to things I love. I don't have time to get angry. This Brexit thing makes everybody angry anyway. So let's be happy.
I think that they were already. They came to the party angry.
I know, but every week I listen. You've got this caller that calls from Stockton-on-Tees called Brian.
Oh God.
He never agrees with you, but he's there every week getting angry. He's got he's raising his blood pressure.
Is he the guy who just keeps saying it's Project Fear, Nick?
He
Is it
should
that
switch
guy?
off the radio. He's got to be much happier if he doesn't listen to you.
Well,
because he doesn't
I'll be a
agree
lot
with
happier if he doesn't call. How's that sound?
And then last night, I'm sorry to bring up last night, but you had that racist Polish guy going to Australia and putting down every Polish people living in this country.
I love it. I love it when callers start picking fights with each other. Calm down.
Anyway, all I'm saying is, do things you love.
Okay.
End of story.
All right.
Life's too short.
Okay. Excellent work. Thanks a lot, Lorraine. Just trying to spread a little bit of happiness. There you go. I think that they're fakers. I mean, anybody that says, "I've been listening to you for 3 years now, and I hate your show," that's just they either need an intervention or they're phonies. It's like I said last night. If you actually don't like something, then you wouldn't really listen to it. You certainly wouldn't listen to it week after week after week and say, something you said on your show 6 months ago. I've been listening to you ever since. I can't stand anything that you do. Sure. Stop whining.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
0345 6060 973. Bill says, milk is naturally warm, as anyone who have ever been on a farm and drank milk straight from the cow will know. Well, I think that unpasteurised milk has gone to your brain, Bill. Milk is naturally warm, as anyone who's ever been on a farm and has drunk milk straight from the cow will know. Well, how'd you do that? What, you lie underneath it and give it a squeeze? Pete says, that's awful. You drink it straight from the cow. What, without putting it into a receptacle first?
Disgusting.
Pete says, I can see 8 books on Amazon. Are they all yours? Have I written 8? I thought it was about 5 or 6. Is it 8? It probably is. Something like that. He says, I think they are, but I wanted to check before I bought them all. Well, give us a minute, Pete, and I'll increase the price. Yeah, the latest one is called The Car Crash 24-Hour-a-Day Multiple Newsgasm. The View from the Back Seat. and I think you will find it a delight. Did I mention that it's available on ebook and paperback?
Yes.
And this text says, I went for a Chinese smartphone. I figured I'd prefer to have them spy on me than Apple and the Donald. Oh, the stuff that's swirling around Donald Trump now. Oh, boy, it's just getting... it's just mind-blowing what's going on at the moment. Because they're all concentrating on the Mueller investigation about his discussions with the Russians. But then there's this other thing, this small matter of his charity being totally crooked from top to bottom. Did he actually use charitable donations that were given to help veterans of war to buy a portrait of himself to hang in one of his golf clubs? Did that actually happen? So there's that. And then there's this thing with the National Enquirer. Oh, holy moly! If as everybody's expecting, he's entwined in that mess, then that'll just be absolutely incredible. If he has inserted himself and has been trying to blackmail the guy who runs the Washington Post, who just also happens to be the richest man in the world, to like back off bad stories about Donald Trump, then that would be absolutely mind-blowing if that's true. Here's a tip. Don't pick fights with the richest man in the world. Even if you do make $400 million a year.
I make $400 million a year, so what difference does it make?
Yeah, sure you do, Donald. But then there's this, talk about the cherry on the cake. All of that is as nothing compared to what's going on with the New York... Now, is it the New York Attorney General, or I can't remember what the exact title is. But anyway, the New York, the Office of the New York Legal Beagles, which is stuffed full of excellent lawyers, hundreds of them, are opening investigations into his inauguration fund, which amounted to, I think it was 100 million or some staggering amount like that. It was the most any president has ever accumulated for his inauguration fund. And they're peering into that with bemusement. The stuff that's going on is just, I mean, where do you even look? It's like an orgy of news. Make it stop. Gary says the female equivalent of fraternity is not sorority, according to the Oxford English Dictionary, unless it's in the university context. This is despite the word meaning relating to or like a sister is sororal, from the Latin soror or sister. Oh, well, that just sounds like facts, Gary. Nobody's interested in those anymore. Don't infect us with your facts. Let's have a call in Leeds. Hello, John.
Hello, Nick.
John.
How are you doing?
Great, mate.
I live in Yorkshire.
Yes.
Have you been to Yorkshire?
I've lived there.
Not where I live. Not near where I live.
You're precisely where you live.
Hillam.
Well, Leeds. I mean, I've got Leeds on my screen.
Yes,
I lived in Leeds.
Yeah. Well, Nick, I'm ringing about Brexit. I know you're not talking about it tonight. Sorry.
Well, I will be, probably. I'll mention it in passing. Go ahead.
Was that a big yawn?
No, it wasn't. No, it was a sigh.
No. What it is, I live in a small village.
Yeah, which one?
When I say a small village...
Is it Italy, Attlee, Bitley, Batley or Botley?
And I think I'm the only Remainer in the village, and I feel terrible about it.
Well, here's a tip, John.
Yes, Nick?
Just don't discuss it with anybody. How does that sound?
Well, I don't.
Oh.
I'm staying in the house now because I don't want to go out. They're all Brexiteers.
Right.
And it frightens me. So I'm ringing up for advice. What do I do, apart from staying in the house?
Well, you can't stay in the house, John. I mean, the countryside that is surrounding you is so gobsmackingly beautiful that you have to go out and see it every now and again.
Well, I do go out at night.
Right, at night.
But no, seriously, it's not good.
Right. Take a torch, and then you'll be able to see at least some of that beautiful scenery.
Right. Is that all you can say to me?
No, just don't talk to anybody about it. And definitely
That's
don't...
why I've rung you. I want to talk to you about it.
Okay, well, don't bring it up in the pub. Don't bring it up...
I can't go in the pub.
Don't bring it up in the...
I can't go in the pub because I'm the only Remainer.
Right. Have you been shunned by your community?
Yes. In Hillam.
Right. Oh, well, Hillam. You should have said Hillam.
It's a very prosperous area.
Is it really? Is it as prosperous as Harrogate?
Not quite.
Not quite. Well, nowhere is.
Not quite. That's where you lived, is it, Harrogate?
No, it wasn't. I lived in Leeds. I told you that already. Are you listening to this show?
Sorry, I missed that.
Leeds is a great place. The scenery that surrounds Leeds is absolutely fantastic. You only need to drive 5 minutes and you're there. It's great.
Yeah, it covers a vast area, Nick, as you know.
And it's a beautiful, beautiful place. And I recommend anybody to go there
But what I'm
just to
trying to say,
visit,
Nick, is
if not
they're
to
all
live.
Brexiteers.
Yeah.
So what can I do?
You can keep your powder dry, John, and when we have made our glorious exit from the evil European overlords...
Do you think that will happen?
Yes. And when it does, and things don't get better, then you can smile quietly to yourself.
I still can't go out, though.
Right. Well, can you order in?
I can, yes, from Tesco.
There you go. Just don't talk to the person who delivers your groceries about it.
Nick, you can't help me, can you?
I can't, no. You're beyond help, John. You're going to have to move. Move to Ilkley. By the way, when you're up on Ilkley Moor, do you know what you should not leave at home?
Tell me, Nick.
Oh, come on, John.
Tell me.
Don't go on Ilkley Moor.
Bartap.
Exactly. You passed this test. Excellent work. Thanks a lot. It says, regarding your last caller's problem, could I suggest that he move somewhere nice and warm, like Spain or Italy? Well, that seems a bit extreme. What, just have a chat? Dave says, great show tonight. Stop sucking up, Dave. He says, even though I don't agree with about 80% of what you say. 80%? What's that about? Like 6 in 10? 80%. 80%. Carry the one. It's about 6 in 10. Durham. Hello, Elizabeth.
Hello, Nick.
Elizabeth.
Yes. C'est moi. I picked up the phone yet again because I heard poor John.
Yeah.
He's the only Remainer in his place, and I understand that feeling because I am the only Remainer in mine.
Really?
Absolutely. I speak on the phone to France, to my friends there every day. That's the only way I can speak about Brexit.
You have to talk to somebody outside the country.
Absolutely. I know. I speak French off my day now, and a couple of hours of English, so that's about it.
Now, when was the last time you talked to your friend in France?
Ce matin? This morning?
This morning. I was just doing mental translation there for a minute. Failed. I thought.
It usually ends. I end up speaking a bit of Spanish, a bit of French, a bit of all sorts.
So let me ask you this: where in France are they?
They're in Bretagne, which is where I have a little place too.
Ah.
And I lived there and had a business there.
Right.
And I left and came here to be a support to my daughter.
Okay.
But all my family are Brexiteers.
Well,
so I am not allowed to speak because they are ardent Brexiteers.
Yeah, don't discuss it with your family.
No, you've told me that before.
Yeah.
But then I don't know anyone else because I really do not socialise. I keep wanting to put European flags everywhere, but I never quite get around to daring to do it.
I think, David Cameron started this entire process in order to bring his party together, and by doing that, he split his party apart and the country as well. We're still not missing you, David Cameron, in case you were wondering.
No, and it was a cat fight between them, and they're still doing it.
Yeah,
still doing it. But I am so angry with everything that's happening. But I understand how this poor chap is feeling, so he can always give me a chat with me if he wishes.
Hey, we got you a date, mate.
Pardon?
Perhaps a telephone date.
Oh, yes.
Always meet in a public place, Elizabeth.
Oh, I wouldn't meet anyone. I certainly wouldn't do that.
It's okay. Just to be clear, she doesn't want to meet you. Just for a little chit-chat.
I think he sounds a very genuine and chap who is frustrated completely that he has no one to speak with.
Yeah, those are the ones you've got to watch for, Elizabeth. When, on the news, the neighbours say, "Oh, he was so nice and polite."
Oh, dear. No, I just felt sorry, and I was compelled to pick up the phone and say, "Poor John."
Well, listen, I wanted to just ask you one question about your friend in France. When you called them last, which was ce matin, was France on fire?
No.
No, okay.
No. But I speak to my German friend in France every day.
Yeah.
And she keeps me up to date with what's happening in all of Europe, as well as what's happening here, because she loves you, and she stays awake to listen to you every night.
Oh.
You are her favourite person, and James O'Brien, of course.
Oh, right. But I hear that so many times. You and James O'Brien, but very rarely in the context that people actually like us.
I love you both. I think you're fantastic. And Sheila, I like her too.
Well, it sounds like you're spreading your love over pretty thin there.
I'm spreading, but for different reasons. You all have different things to offer.
Okay, then. Well,
I like your little Trumpy bits, and then fabulous.
She likes my Trumpy bits.
Yes, I do.
All right. Well, leave me with that thought, Elizabeth. And
I listened today to James O'Brien doing a thing with the author who wrote the book Middle England. And he gave a wonderful interview there, and he was very well received. It was wonderful. It was on YouTube. I just came across it.
On YouTube.
I was fascinated.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Well, yeah. Well, he's a very good interviewer, and
he's fantastic.
My favourite was when he interviewed Nigel Farage. I bet Nigel Farage still wakes up sweating thinking about it. Yeah, Elizabeth, I've got to go, but thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. This tweet says, "Drinking cow's milk direct from the source sounds utterly fetishistic to me." Ugh, listeners with the material.
Oh,
no. William says, "I was reared upon raw milk, taken from a cow, placed into a vat, hence mixed with the milk of other cows." What, like a cocktail? "And portioned at 2.5 gallons per day per employee. My father was a milker. Bleep you." Well, that was an unexpected end to that. Why is he so upset with me?
I don't know.
Why did you include that naughty word? Like I'm going to say it on the air.
Well, that word is lightened up from what it was.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, so you improved that. Good grief. "I was reared upon raw milk." That's raw milk in capital letters, like he's shouting at me. "Taken from a cow, placed into a vat, hence mixed with the milk of other cows, and portioned at 2.5 gallons per day per employee. My father was a milker. Bleep you!" Exclamation mark. What have I done? Oh, God. 2.5 gallons a day. That's a lot of milk, isn't it? Hey, bleep you! Paul says, "There is only one miserable, angry person in my street. The rest of us voted Remain." Let the fights begin. I just want to say that, okay, I did mention it briefly. I whispered it at the beginning, but I didn't talk about it. I just mentioned it and then moved on to something else. It's you lot that can't stop banging on about it. Not me. It's not my fault. This show was like this when I got here. James says, "How do you find time to write books? When you're not here with us at the weekends, you're visiting museums and art galleries or taking riverboat trips up the river." Oh my God, he's following me. It's not that I'm alarmed or anything. It's just that I'm very alarmed. It took a year. I mean, of course, it wasn't every day for a year to write that book, but it was the culmination of writing of my experiences of taking a peek at the news over the last year, and it was one of the most extraordinary years in the history of humankind. I mean, how exciting that we're living through this right now. We live in interesting times. Do we ever? In future times, people are going to look back on this and think, wow, what must it have been like to live through this? What with the giant chump in the White House and Brexit and everything else that's going on at the moment, and the artificial intelligence revolution.
Affirmative.
And climate change and all of that, all coalescing, all coming together at the same time. It's like a disaster movie unfolding before our eyes. Julian says, I've always wanted to drink milk straight from the cow, but I've always found it difficult to lift the cow up to my mouth. Oh, for crying out loud. Not listeners with material again. I still haven't got over that email from a bloke called William, who seems to be really, really furious at me, and I don't know why. What have I done? I mean, usually when people are angry at me, I can understand exactly why. Probably because I've been stupid. But I don't think I said anything controversial about cows and milk, did I? Now, having reread it, I think that there is perhaps a clue in the body of the email. He says, I was reared upon raw milk, taken from a cow, placed into a vat, hence mixed with the milk of other cows, and portioned at 2.5 gallons per day per employee. My father was a milker. Bleep you! ! Exclamation mark. And I think that is an indication that you should stay away from raw milk, because it seems to do something to your brain. Like there isn't enough other stuff in the world to be angry about. He's furious that I mentioned, that whole cow issue. Croydon, Devon. Have you ever heard anything like that, Devon?
I haven't, no.
Amazing. The stuff you hear on the radio, eh?
I know.
So, what's up?
Hi, Nick. I just wanted to talk about what you were talking about before, about the Apple-Android situation.
Oh, yes.
Hello?
Yes, the Apple-Android issue. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was just wondering what your views on that is.
I hate Apple. Unless they're advertising with us, in which case they do excellent products and you should buy 3. Treat yourself, you're worth it.
Yeah, a bit expensive though, isn't it, though?
Yeah. Well, all of that stuff's expensive. I mean, how much does it cost to actually make one of those phones? I bet it costs pennies. I mean, what is it? Glass, a bit of metal, a robot to stick it all together.
Affirmative.
And then, it must cost £1, if that, and they sell it for 1,000. What a markup.
Yeah,
what a racket,
crazy.
Eh?
Crazy.
What does amaze me is that they actually work. I mean, look at my phone here. Look at it. It's ancient, and yet it starts up every day. And it does more or less what I want it to do when I want it to do it. I mean, it's getting a bit slow now because it's really, really old, and I did have to reload everything back on it. I had to wipe it clean and then put it back because it was just, it sort of come to a halt. But isn't it amazing that such a tiny little thing has got more computing power than they used to get or to get men on the moon?
Yeah, but it was said that Androids did have a tracker in it.
Have a what now?
A tracker chip in the back of the phone.
Why would they have that?
It was said that it had it.
But it can track you wherever you go. I mean, you can pull up a list of wherever you've been. Even if you haven't told it to track you, it knows where you are, always.
That is true, yes. Yeah, good point.
Oh, thanks. So you're just relaxing?
Yeah, currently.
You sound on edge, Devon. You should really take it easy.
I am, don't worry about that.
All right. Good to talk to you. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Absolutely everybody in this building is an Apple fan. I don't think there's a single person in this entire building that does Android except me. Just me. I feel like a Luddite, but I will not buy Apple. I won't. You can't make me. I don't want to. Andrew in Chelsea says, your so-called knowledgeable caller gave an adjectival equivalent of fraternity when a noun was required. So sorority is indeed correct. I should know. I was an editor. See? An editor of what? Lawrence says, your caller from Leeds should move to York, where I live. It's not too far away, and we all voted Remain here. It's beautiful, and we have a big wall going round us, which would make Trump jealous. Even Donny wants that wall.
I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall.
You're not building a wall, Donny. You're not building a wall specifically because a little old lady called Nancy isn't letting you do it. She schooled you. Pulled your gigantic big boy shorts down and slapped your giant orange bottom. I'm just getting a mental image of that. That's probably one I won't be able to get rid of now. Yeah, thanks a lot, Nancy. You ain't going to build the wall, Donny, because the little old lady called Nancy is preventing you from doing it. How's that feel?
Oh, shut up!
Exactly. You can tell us all about it from jail. Let's talk about, or let's talk to, rather, a person in Ongar called Doris. Doris.
Hello?
Doris.
Hello, Nick?
Yes, Doris.
I'm going to talk about loneliness, being lonely.
Oh.
Well, do you mind?
No, go ahead.
No. It's surprising. People say, oh, you get lonely, and they say it quite lightheadedly, you know what I mean? But not until you've actually done it. My husband's in hospital, and I thought, oh, yes. You can't, when you ring them up, you can't just ring any old time. It's got to be at a special time. And every time you ring through, they're being, tested for something or other.
Yeah.
So you never actually speak to them.
Does he have does he have one of those hospital phones, or has he got a mobile?
He's got his own mobile, I think.
Okay. And he's not. And you're not allowed to call him when you want.
No. She gave me this time, and I thought, well, I'll do it on the time, she said. But every time I've done it, the doctor was round there.
Right.
So he's been in there over a week, and I've not actually spoken to him yet.
Can you get to see him?
Not really, no. I'm in Ongar.
Yeah.
And he's in Harlow.
How far away is that?
It's quite a way. It's an awkward journey, it is.
Right.
Harlow. So I thought, well, I phoned her. She said, I keep asking her when he's coming out.
Yeah.
I get the same answer, I don't know. So I said, any idea at all? No, she doesn't know. And they don't know what's wrong with her either, which is very helpful, isn't it?
Well, that's why they don't know, probably.
Yeah, yes, that's it. So
how long? And he's been in there a week, did you say?
Yeah, he's been over there over a week.
And they don't know what's wrong with him?
No. They still don't know what's wrong with him.
So
I said, is it serious, do you think?
Mm.
That's my next question.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't think it is, she said. I thought myself, well, I don't know, I thought myself. Yeah,
so have you actually been in there at all since you went in? Right.
No, I phoned up a lot of times.
Yeah.
And she's always said it's not convenient, or he's got a nurse, or he's got a doctor wrong, or something like that. And I thought, well, I'm not going to go over there on chance, I thought, because if I go over on chance, I'd likely not see him anyway, so...
Well, is he in, what do they call it? What do they call it? Intensive care?
Yes, he is, actually.
Right, okay.
See, so I know he's probably quite ill, and I don't think he'll be coming home yet himself. That's what I don't think so.
I mean, could you get a cab? Could you get a cab over there?
Yeah, it costs you a bomb. It would, though, really. Because it would really cost you a lot. And I don't walk very well now.
Right.
I'm 84.
Yeah.
And he's older than me. He's about 88, 89.
Do you know anybody around you who can give you a lift?
Well, they're all out at work, you see. All the people around me are all out at work during the day.
Because I know that sometimes the visiting hours are in the evening as well.
Yeah, they are.
Right.
Yeah, but you see, when they come in from work about 6:30 at night, then they have their tea. I know I haven't been up there, but nobody's actually offered, so I wouldn't push to ask people, you know what I mean? So I thought I would wait a bit longer and phone up. Perhaps I think they could do send people out on Sunday. What is Saturday today, isn't it? That's another thing. Yeah. I keep losing what day it is. It's Saturday, is it? It's Saturday.
Well, if you ever get confused about what day it is, Doris...
What is the date, Nick?
Call me up and I'll tell you, all right?
What's the date today, Nick?
The date? Oh, now you're asking. Is it the 9th? I think it's the 9th.
9th of what? That month?
Well, leave that with me, Doris, and I'll try and find out what month it is.
I thought myself, I'll listen to Nick.
Yes.
That's one thing, you're always there. Not some things. You're always there.
Yeah.
Never be lonely when you've got LBC radio.
Well, that's true. Yeah,
Never be lonely.
it is like a
But there
friend.
is.
Yeah.
People
Well,
that
listen,
aren't-
Doris, I hope your husband gets better and that he is back with you soon.
Thank you very much.
All right, and I wish you all the best, and him.
Yeah, thank you.
Of your fans!
This text says, Brexit is theft of our rights and money by those who wish to profit from disaster capitalism. Okay. That may be true, but what's that got to do with what we're talking about? Brexit is theft of our rights and money by those who wish to profit from disaster capitalism. That's a good way of of encapsulating my thought. Not that I had any intention of talking about the B word this evening, but I think that that's spot on. I think that the money behind Brexit, the billionaires, the only people who aren't millionaires behind Brexit are billionaires. And I think that they are, I suspect very much, that they are betting against the pound and engineering the demise of our economy for their own benefit. Or, to put it more succinctly, Brexit is theft of our rights and money by those who wish to profit from disaster capitalism. Correctamundo. But I'm not necessarily going to talk about that this evening. Unless you want to. Tottenham. Maya.
Hello.
Maya.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Maya. Yes, Maya.
I want to talk about these Chinese phone thieves. And I particularly want to talk about how they're going to build our 5G network and how they've been kicked out of Australia and New Zealand and America and Japan and Poland, and Italy is now thinking of not allowing them to build their 5G network. This is the Huawei, is it the Huawei phones?
Them Huawei phones, yeah.
Yeah, because they're scared of the spying and the intellectual theft that may involve. And I think there was a case last week with an American startup which accused them of intellectual theft.
Okay, I don't know that that's the case, but I'll believe you until proven otherwise.
Yeah, I'm telling you there was.
Okay. All right then. What's extraordinary to me is that people are getting they're hyperventilating about the prospect of the Chinese building our 5G network. Well, somebody's got to, because 4G is so blooming slow. It just you pull your hair out waiting for your phone to catch up, don't you? It's just a nightmare. We've become so used to everything being instant. We put our food in microwave ovens, where it used to take a half an hour to heat up our oven and then an hour to heat your food. Now it takes 2 minutes, and we're still drumming our fingers waiting for it to ping.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is ridiculous.
It's absolutely ridiculous. And
that's what I'm saying. It is ridiculous.
And this desperation to build 5G, it's like, come on.
No, we need 5G, and apparently we don't have any money for anything in this country. The 5th or 6th richest economy in the world, we ain't got no money for anything. What's the point of all those riches if we ain't got no money for nothing? And so we're desperate for the Chinese or anybody to come in and build our infrastructure, which seems incredible. It's just a national embarrassment. And we are at the position now where our security services are saying it might not be a good idea for the Chinese to build our 5G network, while our government is inviting the Chinese to build our nuclear power stations. What could possibly go wrong?
What indeed? I mean, especially if you look at the track record of the Chinese and intellectual theft, you know, and it's just...
Well, everybody steals from everybody else, let's face it. We started the last industrial revolution, and everybody stole from us. That you never want to be first, because otherwise countries will take your ideas, learn from your mistakes, and leapfrog over you. So we've done it, and America's done it, and everybody's done it at some point, and the Chinese are doing it now.
And they're making a lot of money off the back of us.
Yeah, no doubt.
You know?
Let's hope let's hope they like us a lot, because as America falls, China will rise.
Oh, not if Donald Trump has something to do with it.
Yeah, sure. Let's put our faith in Donald Trump, because really, what could go wrong there? Apart from everything. All right, thanks a lot, Maya. I'm sure everything will be all right in the end, just as long as they hurry up with that 5G, baby. 4G is rubbish. It's like dial-up. Anybody remember dial-up? Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, I drank coffee too quick, and it backed up on me.
Disgusting.
Awful. Sally says, I used to work milking cows, and I used to hold a black cup of tea and squirt the milk straight from the cow's teat into my cup. I used to dip a jug into the fresh milk tank for the day. Those were the days. Awful. I prefer it to come in a plastic container from the supermarket and to have never touched a cow's inside. This text says, phones that track you, Oyster cards that can tell what bus you've been on, and CCTV that can track you on the high street, and yet people are worried about carrying ID cards when they're trying to bring them out. People are worried about carrying ID cards. We are the most surveilled people in the world. Amazing, really. I don't know if it's still the case, but a few years ago it was true that a quarter of all the CCTV cameras on Earth were pointing at us in this tiny island. Isn't that amazing? I mean, what's so bad about us? Oh, well, yeah, okay. Apart from everything. I mean, are we really that criminally minded that we need a quarter of all of the CCTV cameras on Earth pointing at us? And, the internet and your mobile phone is probably the greatest instrument of freedom that has ever been invented, but at the same time, it's the greatest instrument of repression and of surveillance that has ever been invented. The cameras on your phone are always on, and the microphone on your phone is always on. And I've mentioned it before, and I'll mention it again if anybody's listening to this who works in the radio business. Always remember, when you're in a studio, even though the mics are off, they're still on. They can hear everything you've said.
Oh, no.
Yes. This text says, phones... Oh, no, I've read that one. This one says, what's with the Apple hatred, Mr. Abbott, spelt wrong? You appear to dislike indulgences that bring joy and happiness to the world. I like milk too, but will not throw obscenities at you because deep down in that fluffy little mind of yours, it's been suggested that you're actually a well-intentioned and decent person. Peace and love, brother. I like Gold Top. I like Gold Top. Yeah, well, I was a vegetarian. I ate fish occasionally, but I was a vegetarian. I mean, fish are vegetables, aren't they? Yeah, mostly. Most of them are vegetables. I was a vegetarian for 20 years, during which time I drank skimmed milk. Ugh. It's white water. Why would anybody drink that? What an idiot I was. Now I go for the full fat. There's nothing like it. And I know that people will say, oh, well, it's a poison. You can't drink milk as a grown person. No grown animal on Earth drinks milk. And while that may be true, I am not a pussycat, so I can drink milk. Isn't it correct that we're only able to have, the human species was only able to go as far north as we went because we took our food with us, which, is like portable food, a takeaway. It's just sticking a ring through a cow's nose and lead it with you wherever you go because you always got milk. Isn't that the reason why we could travel as far north as we could? Because we took our food with us, much of which was milk. So by which method, drinking milk as adults, we developed the ability to break down milk as adult people. Isn't that true, or did I just make that up? Ilford, hello, Jeevan.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Great, mate.
Good. I think on many things when I listen to you, I sort of wonder whether to agree or disagree with you. But today, I think I will agree with you on one thing definitely.
Ah.
Apple is hopeless.
Well, hopeless might be putting it a bit.
Absolutely disaster, because I'll tell you why.
Go ahead.
I'm still using my old 1997 phone with the original battery, with the original charger, and it works perfectly.
Well, what kind of phone is it?
Sony K5.
Okay, so it's not an Apple then. That's because you missed that part out.
No, I was saying to you, I use both actually, because I keep Apple on one side because of the fact that I need to establish, bus timetables sometimes when I'm traveling, that sort of thing. But I can easily do that, I find, on the K550i, because it's got Google, it's got directory. What I discovered this week, amazingly enough, was that Apple software literally pulls information from all the social media, and if they happen to be in my directory at any stage, it'll take literally take the details of the social media and add it to my contact list without my knowledge.
Here's a tip, everybody. Get off social media. You're wasting your lives away with that nonsense.
Social media. What it does is, its software picks up the information, because I've got the name in there, and because I've got somebody's phone number, it searches for that on social media, pulls it, and adds it again, without my knowledge.
Yeah, well, I don't know anything about that. I've tried to delete all of the social media apps off my phone, but it won't let you do that. I find that extremely annoying. It comes with a load of apps.
Agreed.
And my phone has a very, very small memory because it's quite old, and it's constantly telling me that it's full up. It can't take no more information in. It falls down flat in its face. I'm exhausted, it says. Please delete some stuff. And I try, but it won't let you.
But it wouldn't even warn you that it's adding another person's name. Without, it doesn't tell the phone owner that there's I'm picking up some more information. Do you want it? Yes or no? Because you already got it. Do you want to duplicate it?
The EU has tried its best to insulate and protect us from the ravages, the hoarding of information, of our personal private information by the tech giants. And their efforts were pretty much in vain, because now every time you go to a website, it asks you if you consent to it taking your a picture of your personal private area and putting it up on the internet. Well, and you don't read any of that. You just say accept, because you want to get on with buying shoes or whatever it might be.
Agreed. And the result is, if I may, as I said, it seems to duplicate the information on your phone without your knowledge. And when I spoke to Apple about this, I said, excuse me.
You spoke to Apple?
It is your software. Why is it pulling information from other... They say it's other servers. I said, why is it pulling information from other servers and adding it to my contact list?
Yeah, and what did they say?
We'll have to investigate. We'll give it to our engineers.
Yeah, they said...
Stop whining.
Yeah.
I thought, well, this is madness.
Well, I really have no idea what it is you're talking about, Jeevan, but you have every right to be very, very upset.
Well, the thing is that I now got literally some people as many times as, 5, 6, 7 times on the contact list without my knowledge.
Well, here's what I get irritated at. LinkedIn. LinkedIn, whatever that is, it's for business people, isn't it? For business people to swap electronic cards with each other to hook up later for a chit-chat and a nibble.
Well, yeah, but you get a lot more.
And I'm not on LinkedIn, and yet every day, pretty much, I get emails telling me such and such a person who I've never heard of wants to contact me on LinkedIn.
Exactly.
Do I want to? Of course not. No.
It's exactly the same here.
All right. Well, the only alternative is to ditch all of our devices, Jeevan, and we've become addicted to them, so it's not going to happen.
Yeah, but it doesn't happen on my Sony phone, if I may say so.
All right. Well, you may.
Well, the thing is, I find Sony far more efficient, although it is a over 20 years phone.
No, there's no such thing. Phones weren't even invented 20 years ago. What are you talking about?
1997, Sony K550i.
Well,
I bought it in 1997.
Well, I'll have to look that one up, Jeevan.
It's a very old phone, I agree with you. But as I said, it is still efficient. It does the job. And believe you me, when I send a message to K550i, it goes through first time. With Apple, I have to struggle.
Okay. Well, that's a testament to old phones. Thanks a lot, mate. The Victoria and Albert Museum are on the phone. They'd like to buy it off. Kevin says, I did the same thing as Sally, who was talking to us about putting milk in her tea directly from the cow. He says, I did the same as Sally, except I milked a goat directly into my coffee cup. Oh, are you kidding? Oh, ho, ho, oh, ho, 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 ho. Get it? A goat directly into his coffee cup. Ugh. Bell says, bleep you, Nick Abbott. Skim milk is the future. No, it is not. Skim milk is the past. Fortunately, skim milk is rubbish. Why would anybody drink that? I mean, what's the point? Just have water. Farnham. Hello, Martin.
Hi, Nick. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Right, firstly, a fat cow's a happy cow.
A fat cow's a happy cow, yeah, no doubt.
So happy people, including me, blue milk. Humans are the only adult animals that drink milk, so you're right about that.
Yeah. Blue milk, did you say?
Yeah, blue milk's happy milk. And
blue?
Milk drinking's blue milk, yeah.
What's blue milk?
What's the one that has the full fat milk in it?
I thought that was, oh no, that's right, that's blue. Yes, that's right, yeah, blue.
Yeah, and milk drinking started about 7,500 years ago in Europe. There was a gene mutation, and it spread. So, yeah.
Am I right in thinking, or am I hallucinating? Is that why man could go north where food was scarce because we took our own food source with us, and that being milk?
That's right, yeah. Because humans were either hunters or gatherers.
Yeah.
So they would go out and hunt animals. Of course, they would grow crops. But if you've got a cow with you, that's like having a vending machine, isn't it? So
yeah, and a friend. It's like a vending machine and a friend.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, somebody to talk to.
That's right. Now, reason for the call is that I think you could do with a bit of faith in democracy. And I do have to say sorry, Nick, because I do feel that I gave you a bit of a hard time yesterday with regards to the whole Brexit thing.
We've spoken before?
We spoke yesterday. I called about 10:30.
Oh, well, see, I don't listen to this show.
Oh, fair enough. So, yeah, I think that, most people voted for Brexit, most people voted for Trump, and it's not good to ignore most people.
Yeah, it is. Most people should be ignored.
Why is that?
Because have you met human beings, Martin? Most people shouldn't be allowed to tie their own shoes unsupervised.
Right, so should we just, but there's more most people than us. So somehow we need to get along with most people, don't we?
No. No, we don't. We can ignore most people quite comfortably. I know I do.
But most people might get angry.
Well, who cares? Let them get angry. Then they'll shorten their lives.
Well, this is why it's important to be nice to people, because really mean and horrible people, eventually most people get annoyed with them, and they end up hurting them. So I think Brexit, if we don't listen to most people, I think the country would be very upset with the minority that ignored them.
No, I don't know. We've gone along without listening to most people so far. What's the big to-do of changing our minds now? I mean, most people haven't been listened to or attended to in any way, shape or form up to this point. Why are we changing our minds now?
Well, because of this whole referendum result.
Yeah, I know. Big mistake, huge.
Well, this is what happened. It's like being in a relationship and not listening to the other to the other people's complaints. Eventually, these little things, these little niggles, turn into really, really big issues.
Well, then let's decide not to live with each other. How does that sound?
Well, that's what Brexit is, isn't it? The British don't want to live with
each other. They don't want to live with each other. They don't want to live. So we shouldn't have. Maybe we should just leave it all bottled up. I mean, that's the British way, isn't it? Don't let it out. Bottle it up.
Until Brexit comes along and people say no, we want it out, and then it's messy.
I think that we should shove it all back in.
But it would be nice if we could do that, but we can't, because successive governments didn't want to talk about Europe. There was one vote to get in, and back then it was a trading bloc.
Back then, if I had gone into the street with a clipboard and a blank piece of paper and asked 1,000 people in the street what their most fevered concerns are, I bet Europe wouldn't have even been on a list of their top 100. It wouldn't have registered. That's what has that's what that referendum has done. It's put it at the top of that list, whereas previously it wouldn't even been on that list. People are concerned about all sorts of other things that are much more important than Europe, about their lives and their personal happiness and their health and their wealth and all of that stuff, which doesn't have anything to do with Europe. But we've been persuaded that it's all about Europe by various oily charlatans who have their own interests at heart. But anyway, aren't you going to Australia?
I am, yes.
Okay, not a moment too soon.
Bye-bye.
Okay, thanks a lot, Martin. 0345 6060 973. Send us a postcard when you get there. James in Guildford says, I love drinking milk, especially when it's past your bedtime. Oh, God. Just stop. Please, I'm begging you. This text says it might be advisable to inform the listeners that drinking milk from the cow is dangerous because of salmonella poisoning. Yeah, plus the cow might actually stand on your head. Matt, and who knows where those teats have been?
Disgusting.
Matt says, look at where they're positioned on the cow. Need I say more? Matt says, if words tasted like food, which foods would be the words Brexit and Remain remind you of? Or some sentence that makes sense using those words. Well, yeah, this is like 20 questions now. Don't start asking me questions, Matt. I didn't come here to work. Paul says, the way Donald Trump is going, he will get 3 extra walls and a small window. Yes. Yeah, I can't wait. We're going to build a wall around you, Donald Trump. Here is Brighton. Hello, John.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Look, my oven's just packed up, but that's not why I called. Regarding privacy...
Now, when you say it's packed up, what do you mean by that?
Well, it started making a buzzing noise, and then the electric clock started flashing on and off, and then it sounded like it was going to burst, so I just switch it off at the mains.
Is this... Now, wait a minute. Is this a microwave oven?
No, it's my oven. You know, you've got the hobs with the, gas at the top, and so like a proper oven.
Is it a gas oven or electric?
That's a good question. I believe it's gas, but...
Wait a minute. You don't know what your oven runs on?
No, it's a gas oven.
It could be nuclear power, for all you know.
When I'm in doubt, I always just listen to the Nigel Farage show from 6, and he usually provides me with the answers.
Just turn the oven on and stick your head in it, John, and see what happens.
Okay, just a minute. No. Look, the reason I called up about the issue of privacy.
Right.
Now, Skype, I don't know if you use Skype.
Very, very occasionally.
Now, this is quite an alarming sort of development on Skype. So what Skype do now is they have a little bar that pops up and it says people you may know, and they show you the full names and contact details of the friends of your friends. Now, this is problematic for several reasons, mainly because, just imagine if you have 1 or 2 people on Skype. Let's say if the only people I had on Skype were my elderly grandparents in Hong Kong and you, for example, you know, and then it says people you may know. So people you may know are the friends of your friends. And I know that my grandparents only use Skype, once a year and have 2 contacts on there. And it pops up with, I don't know, say, Mike Huckabee, Tommy Robinson. I'm just giving, and then I'll go, wait a minute, Nick's friends with Mike Huckabee. Do you see what I'm using a flippant example, but
something similar happened to me. I can't remember what it was, but I found it incredibly alarming, which is why I tried to shut down all of those things. It suddenly popped up with, because I say hello to anybody who wants to join me on Facebook. I just say yes. So Facebook, I've got thousands of people on Facebook, none of whom I actually know. So most people use Facebook for their friends and their family to see, what meals they're eating and to look at cute pictures of their puppy dogs. But I don't do that. I just use it to say, I'm doing this and I'm doing that, and here's an amusing video. Have you seen this? So I don't use it for friends at all. But I put it on. I think I switched my phone on. And I don't know why I turned on Facebook, because I don't do that kind of thing on my phone, but it just scrolled up 1,000 people's personal details who I didn't know that I had said, okay, you can follow me on Facebook. And I thought, oh my God, does that mean that all of those people now have all of my details? Because that would be alarming to say the least.
I mean, they do. And could I just ask you, is this because you're quite famous. So was this
Not really.
Well, no, I mean, more so than me, for example.
Okay.
So was it your private Facebook, or was it like your celeb Facebook with, blue ticks sort of thing?
Well, that's the other thing that I don't understand. So I had a Facebook page, and then after that, I think they made it such that personalities...
Yes, you're famous. You can say it, famous.
All right.
Famous DJ.
Could have their own page. And so I said, all right, I'll have that. But I didn't know how to delete the other. So I've got 2 pages now, and I don't know how to delete one and keep the other.
We don't have any ownership of our data, and as the Skype thing shows, it could break up marriages. It could end up recommending your drug dealer to your mother. Do you know what I mean? It's a very
it's worse.
Dangerous thing.
It's worse than that, because it could also leave us with this.
You are going to love President Trump.
It takes our data, and it takes everything that we've searched, and all of the messages that we've done, and all of the things that we've pointed up and passed on, and it knows more about us than we know about us. And it chunks them all down, and vast amounts of computing power will predict what will press our buttons, and so organisations like they did with Trump and like they did with Brexit can send millions of individually directed messages, not blanket advertising, which only works a little bit. Individually directed messages. Each person gets their own personal advert telling them to either vote or not vote. If you've suggested that they're all the same, so why bother, then it will give you a message to underline that if you are likely to vote against their wishes, against the wishes of Vladimir Putin or whoever it might be. So it's really, really alarming. I mean, people just are very blasé and about giving away their personal information, because they think, oh, what's anybody going to do with that? I'm not important. No, you personally aren't important, but you and the millions of other people who they are collecting information on, that's the biggest weapon outside of nuclear rockets. Because that's what the next war is going to be. And the next war actually may have started already. The next war is... the next world war is not going to be fought like old wars. It's not going to be like that. It's going to be companies turning off other countries' electricity, or their internet, for instance, and inculcating or fermenting ire in the minds of population, and essentially fighting them from within. It's like introducing a virus into the population. That's what the next war will be like. It won't be a shooting war, but people will just turn off a country. Jonathan says, what's the hardest part when making skim milk? Throwing the cow across the lake. Oh, no. Make it stop. Ordinarily, I don't like listeners with material, and I'm making no exceptions here. Graham says, before pasteurisation, a lot of milk had blood and pus, and all sorts of bacteria swimming about in it, so I don't really fancy drinking it straight from the cow. Well, I don't really fancy drinking it at all now. Thanks a lot, Graham. Oh, by the way, that top of the news story about the Crown Prosecution Service are going to review the case of the car crash with the Chuki Embra before deciding on whether to bring a charge. Who are they kidding? They're not going to bring a charge. Let's just move straight to the completely innocent of all charges. Nothing to see here. Please move along. Like I said at the time, the police reportedly gave him an eye test. The police conducted an eye test by the side of the road, by which they meant they used their eyes to determine that he was a member of the royal family and let him on his way. Please. I'm going to review the case. Sure they are. Now, I was going to talk about, God, it seems like so long ago, I was talking about global warming. Global warming is an actual thing. Did everybody believe that?
No.
Of course not. Now, in October last year, a landmark report from the United Nations Scientific Panel on Climate Change painted a far more dire picture of the immediate consequences of climate change than previously thought. I'll sum it up for you. They said... Exactly. They said that avoiding the damage of climate change requires transforming the world economy at a speed and scale that was not documented ever before in history. Had no documented historical precedent. So we're screwed then. If in order to deal with the consequences of climate change, in order to protect us from this, from our imminent demise, we're going to have to change our way of life in every way, shape and form, straight away, if not sooner. So we're doomed. Because no one is going to do anything radical to change our behaviour in the face of a slow-moving danger. I mean, if it was charging upon us, if we could actually see it with our eyes, changing from 1 minute to the next, then maybe we might. But we can't, so we won't. This report by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, a group of scientists convened by the United Nations to guide world leaders, describes a world of worsening food shortages and wildfires and a mass die-off of coral reefs as soon as 2040, a period well within the lifetime of much of the global population. I know it sounds like way out into the future, 2040. Sounds like science fiction, don't it? But it's just around the corner. I mean, what year is it now? 2019. So you do the maths. I know I can't. I mean, it's going to be here before you know it. I mean, don't the weeks fly by? Before, like, I come off the air on, like, in about an hour's time, and before I know it, I have to go right back to work again on the following Friday. It just zips by, don't it? But, of course, Donald Trump is likely to be dead by the time 2040 comes around, so he doesn't care about any of that. I mean, he actually said, when the economists in the White House told him that the debt in America was piling up, and it may be not a good idea to add another $1 trillion to the debt just to give billionaires tax cuts, and that debt would become unsustainable, he actually said that he didn't care about that because he would be gone from the job before that happened. That's what he said. So don't wait for Donald Trump to do anything to save the planet. He's only interested in saving himself. That ship is going down. So what happens when the world heats up? It's not just nicer summers for us. The authors found that if greenhouse gases continue to be emitted at the current rate, the atmosphere is going to warm up by as much as 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels by 2040, inundating coastlines and intensifying droughts and poverty. And that has direct consequences for human beings. Now, if you think that you are swamped by foreigners now, just wait. The report said the United States, along with Bangladesh, China, Egypt, Indonesia, India, Japan, the Philippines and Vietnam, are home to 50 million people who will be exposed to the effects of increased coastal flooding by 2040. That's if 2.7 degrees of warming occur. And remember, we're almost at 1 degree now. At 3.6 degrees of warming, the report predicts a disproportionately rapid evacuation of people from the tropics. And where will they come? North.
Oh, no.
Exactly. He said, this report said, in some parts of the world, national borders will become irrelevant. Don't matter how big you build the wall, Donny. You could contain 10,000 people, 20,000 maybe, but not 10 million. And according to the most serious the reports, the damage... according to the... Avoiding the most serious damage requires transforming the world economy within just a few years, said the authors, who estimate that the damage could come in at a cost of $54 trillion. Which is a number so large, I don't even know what it is. How many zeros is that? $54 trillion. But while they conclude that it is technically possible to achieve the rapid changes required to avoid 2.7 degrees of warming, they concede it may be politically unlikely. Exactly. That's because we will refuse to change our lifestyle in any way, shape or form. And we'll complain and complain and complain.
Stop whining.
Which is precisely what's happening in France right now. And to a lesser extent, what's happening on London's streets right now. Politicians, some of them, not many, a few, one or two, want to actually do something about this impending disaster. And the reaction from the people that would be saved by those actions is to dig our heels in and refuse to comply. Because we don't, it's impossible to imagine something bad happening that isn't happening at this moment. And it's because of short-termism. I mean, politicians are guilty of pandering to our basest interests and fears, which they should actually be protecting us from. I mean, that's what they're for, isn't it? That's why they get paid the money. Otherwise, what's the point of having them there? I mean, that is literally their job, making the big decisions for us that we won't or can't make for ourselves. But they fail at that task because they're reliant on us for their jobs. So they lie to us. And they tell us what they think we want to hear, which is that there's nothing to worry about, everything is under control, carry on regardless. And that's why you get people ringing up who, I wouldn't be surprised, they're dialing the phone right now, telling me that global warming is all a scam, like Donald Trump said. Now, I don't think that he actually believes this, or that he believes anything that he says. He just says something that he thinks will put him in a good light, or make the yeehaws and the Make America White Again hats cheer and holler at his demented safe space rallies. I don't think he believes any of that stuff. I don't think he actually believes that global warming is not a thing, or that a wall will keep criminals out, or any of that stuff. He doesn't believe it. He just says it because it boosts his personal popularity at that moment in time, or he thinks that it does. So I don't. He's not saying that the climate change is a Chinese hoax because he actually believes that. He's doing it because the fossil fuel industry gave him millions and millions and millions of dollars. I mean, is there any doubt about that? And this UN report was written and edited by 91 scientists from 40 countries who analysed more than 6,000 scientific studies. Or you could just believe a fat orange man in the White House who's been wrong about absolutely everything that he's ever said and has been proved to be an inveterate liar over and over and over again. And this study found that by 2050, the use of coal as an electricity source would have to drop from nearly 40%, as it is today, to between 1 and 7%, as in, we have to stop using coal right now. And renewable energy, such as wind and solar, which makes up about 20% of the electricity mix today, would have to increase to as much as 67%. And that can't happen soon enough. I mean, if everything on Earth has grown because of the power that comes from the sun, you'd think that it would be able to power us to Sainsbury's and back. The report makes clear that there is no way to mitigate climate change without getting rid of coal. We have to change our the way that we live and the way that we power our lives completely and utterly straight away. There's no time to lose. But unfortunately, we will refuse to do that until the waters are lapping at our nostrils. And of course, the World Coal Association looked at this report and freaked out and said, in a nutshell, oh no, it isn't. They disputed the conclusion that stopping global warming calls for an end for coal use and are campaigning for governments to invest in carbon capture technology instead, which is like polluting the place while trying to clean some of that pollution up. It's like the person who justifies dropping their burger wrapper in the street by saying it'll give the street cleaner something to do. And of course, that stable genius Donald Trump has mocked the science of human-caused climate change and vowed to increase the burning of coal because that's what the people who gave him millions of dollars for his campaign from the coal industry want him to say. It's all about the money, honey. And there's so much that's going on in and around this issue at the moment. Like in the future, historians will look back and say, well, the riots in France are about this, and the protests in London are about this, and there's famine and the movement of people, and crops are failing, and it all adds up. And why can't people see it? They will think. In the future. What are we, blind? But it is short-termism, and it does require us changing our lifestyles, and nobody wants to do that. Even though our lifestyles don't actually bring us very much happiness. This constant keeping up, and do I have the latest shoes? And did you read that story about that kid at school who bought shoes and is hiring them out on a daily basis? Not just any old shoes, like fancy shoes, fancy schmancy shoes. Shoes that cost hundreds, if not thousands of pounds. And people are hiring them to go out for the day and then giving them back. Because they want expensive shoes on their feet, but they don't want to actually have to buy them. I mean, for crying out loud. If that doesn't indicate that the human race has got lost somewhere, I don't know what does. I mean, it's just like people buying clothes on the internet in order to put them on and take 1,000 pictures of themselves to squirt up their Facebook page, and then they send the clothes back. Apparently that's a thing. I think the human race is... We've had our chance and we've blown it. Somebody else should take over. Or something else should take over. Let's give dolphins a chance. But we ain't going to do anything about this. If what the scientists say is correct, and most of them agree that it is happening, and we are at fault, and we can do something about it, but we won't. If what they say is correct, then it's almost the end of times that we're looking at. Because hundreds of millions of people who are living in places that are going to become unlivable will be on the move. And guess where they'll be headed to? Exactly. It's everything that's about to happen is going to make this Brexit thing look like a tea party, a chimps tea party, if you will. Oh, there's so much to talk about. I can't believe I'm in the last hour. I've got about 50 pages of stuff I want to talk about. One of which is Uncle Nigel's new party. The stuff you read. But I'll come back and talk about air pollution and also the violence in France, and there's the black cab protests that were on the streets of London. It's all coming to a head. What will happen next? Isn't it...
Studio calls flashing up on the indicator.
Bracknell, Andy.
Hi.
Andy.
Well, speaking with a friend today who writes reports on climate change for the UN, actually.
Oh, yeah.
But he's based in this country, and he was telling me today he's just had a death threat from America about his climate change work. I don't know the exact details, but I think the basic thing that he was saying was that when the ice melts, you get the equivalent of about 9 times more sun, because the ice is doing something. So in the Arctic, right? So when the ice melts, it has the effect of having 9 times more sun, because the ice is doing something to absorb the sun.
Well, it reflects it back out into space, isn't it?
Yes, it's probably that. I'm not an expert myself, so but particularly they're worried about Greenland, because they say once that goes, it's quite like a runaway effect.
Yeah, but there's a lot of potential runaway effects that once it's started, there's absolutely nothing we'll be able to do to stop it.
Yes, one thing I've noticed that people aren't really picking up on is a similar thing with solar flares. They reckon that there's a 1 in 10 chance, 1 in 8 chance of a solar flare coming out at the right angle in the next 10 years that will just knock out all the electronics in this country, or in the world, on facing the sun. It just has to come out at the right angle. At the moment, it's sort of coming at angles that miss the Earth's plane. And if it does, then we're in for trouble, because they reckon it could put us back to the Stone Age. And these aren't idiots. For instance, the National Grid apparently has got loads of precautions in place now.
Yeah.
And there's been 3 Horizon programs shown on BBC suggesting this, the same thing is going to happen. But no one seems to be a bit worried, unlike the sort of millennium bug where everyone was panicking. No one seems to care less that could be on the cards.
Well, I think people were panicking about the millennium bug because it had an actual countdown.
Yeah.
Like in a disaster movie. We were looking at the process counting down to 0.
But
there isn't anything like that.
You wouldn't get a plane with a 1 in 8 chance of crashing.
Well, no, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks for the bad news, Andy.
Cheers. Bye.
0345 6060 973. Can you imagine what it'd be like if the electricity went out? Hell, can you imagine what it'd be like if the internet went out? Never mind about the electrics. I mean, we've become so dependent on the internet over the past a very short period of time. I mean, it's like, 10 years, 15 years? 15 years ago, most people didn't have the internet. 15 years ago, most people didn't have smartphones. Were they even invented 15 years ago? It's incredible how fast it's changed and how dependent we are. There'd be riots. It would be like France out there if the internet went out. And I do want to mention France, but first let me take this call in Ipswich. Hello, Gary.
Hello, Nick.
Gary.
Crikey, if I didn't have my phone, I wouldn't be able to phone up from the supermarket and ask her what she wanted for tea tonight.
Well, exactly. You'd have to make a list.
Yeah, and talk about banal, rubbishy things, and I don't know, just what would the world be like?
Well, the world would be like it was in the 1980s, when people, if you wanted to call somebody when you were out, you had to go to a urinal, which was also known as a telephone box.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and hold the receiver away from your head because it was covered in all of the grease that has ever been created on Earth.
I can remember going to a football match. It should have been played at night. That was played in a Tuesday afternoon, when we should have all been at school and everyone bunked off to go to a match because there was no electricity. So, yeah. Joe, we built a system around the petrol and whatever, and they're so worried about breaking the economy because the tax revenues from this system fuels the world, basically, and consequently everyone's scared to do anything in different countries. So consequently you've got people 1 minute being told use a diesel vehicle because it's better. 20 years later, that's the worst type of fuel that you could use. You've got to do away with these vehicles as soon as possible, but everyone's suddenly, you can't tell 10,000 taxi drivers who have just brought new taxis that are diesel to change their... They probably couldn't afford it. They're probably just about covering their costs as it is.
Yeah, well, I think in order to save, 40,000 lives a year, then I think the government has to step in and increase the number of electric vehicles that are on the road. And if that means taking diesel buses and diesel lorries and diesel cabs and all the rest of it away, then so be it. I think we need to make this investment in our health.
So they should be subsidising these people to change their vehicles, change the way we live.
Yeah.
And the biggest thing I have got is we are not investing enough money in infrastructures in places on this planet that are barren, just deserts. We're not irrigating these places to become oases. We should be digging out huge channels, canals, turning seawater into fresh water. We should be using more fish farm technology. There's so many things we can do, and yet we don't do them.
Well, I'm not sure. Is that true, though? Because isn't it true that all of the Earth, on all of the Earth that is suitable for growing crops in the world is currently being used for that purpose? I don't think there's any slack.
I think you can use certain parts of the world that isn't growing food at the moment, as the Dutch have done great big warehouses of food, flowers, everything growing under sheds, canopies, and whatever.
Oh, yeah, well, the Dutch, I know what they're growing.
Want to score some pot?
Yeah. That's not going to sustain you till dinner.
Well, Nick, I know you take the mick, and it's a bit of a joke, and you use it on your show. But by and large, we are doing nothing to help the future of the world.
No, it's worse than that. We're actively working against our own best interests, the interests of the human race, and thinking, screw it, it'll be somebody else's fault, and we'll cross our fingers and hope that it doesn't all go pear-shaped while we're still alive.
Well, I've got a dog. It's got to have a chip to monitor it and whatever, and yet scropes have children by the dozen, and they can't afford them, and they just bring kids into the world that are going to be badly educated, badly fed, badly schooled, and we are allowing people to bring children into the world that really they're not going to have a future in 50 years' time. So what is the point? Why don't we start looking at the population? Why don't we start thinking we have to cull the number of children to 2 per family?
Well, unfortunately, that doesn't work. It's the inverted... But it doesn't. Because what that leads to is a population that is just continually aging. We'll just have a world full of old people. Can you imagine what that's going to be like?
Whinging and whining and moaning.
It'd be awful, Gary.
You know, when I was younger, an old person was someone in their 50s and 60s. Do you know what an old person is now? They're
somebody who is 10 years older than you are.
Yeah, well, that's not very difficult. Look, I don't know if you realise this, but old people, when we were younger, were probably only about 50, 60 years of age.
Yeah, and then they were considerate enough to die. Now we're living forever. Well, not forever, but we're sort of like 100 years old. If we stop reproducing at our current rate, or even if we continue reproducing at our current rate, then it's actually unsustainable. There aren't going to be enough economically active people to take care of all of us old geezers who will be, at home in want of Meals on Wheels or whatever will be the equivalent.
You spent the last 2 years talking about needing all this extra workforce and whatever, and yet in another breath you say that 3 million jobs are going to go next year because of artificial intelligence and robots, and so what's? I don't see how you can keep saying we need all these extra people, and then in the next breath say there'll be
we need younger people in order to continue for the continuation of the human race and to take care. Unless we can make robots take care of us, and I think eventually robots will start talking to themselves. They will become self-aware.
Affirmative.
And then they'll take care of us with great vengeance. I'm super. Thanks for asking. Chris says, for anyone fed up with the internet and all its works, just turn off mobile data on your phone and life becomes instantly brighter and less stressful. That is actually true. Your phone is stressing you out. There's absolutely no doubt about that. If you just turn it off, now never mind about the mobile data part, just turn the whole thing off. Stop looking at your phone. Here's a really good tip. And this is not news. This is just obvious. Stop your phone tweeting and beeping and bonging, all of that. Every time you get a message, it is doing you a disservice. Stop staring at your phone. I mean, what you're actually doing is the same as going to your letterbox every 5 minutes just to see if there's a letter come through. You go there once a day, don't you, to your letterbox, see if you've got a bill. It's always a bill. Do the same to your phone. Do the same to your email. Just stop being a slave to it. It's winding you up. It's making you stressful. You're being trained like a Pavlov's dog. Every time your phone goes off, you just can't stop staring at it. You're obsessed and addicted. We've become addicted so quickly, so easily, just to bings and bongs. Actually, it's the bings and bongs that relate to people paying attention to us. Oh, maybe somebody likes me. So I've got a thumbs up from somebody, a smiley face. When you think about what it is that we're doing, it just becomes kind of ridiculous, really. But it's like pointing out to somebody who's hooked on heroin what they're doing. They may think that it's ridiculous, absolutely, but they can't stop doing it. Lawrence says, can I just say that LinkedIn is horrendous? It's basically Facebook for people who actually like work. Delete it wherever it shows its face. Well, I've never been on it, and it keeps emailing me to ask me if I want to chit-chat with somebody I've never heard of before on LinkedIn. And the answer, by the way, is always... No. And furthermore... No. I hope that's clear. Here's Barnett. Hello, Lawrence.
Well, I didn't say that about LinkedIn, but there we are. I suppose
that's coincidental. Lawrence, yes, and another Lawrence.
Yeah, hello. Just wanted to bring to your listeners' attention there's a project that's being in progress in Morocco. They are in the process of setting up a solar energy farm, solar electricity farm.
In Morocco?
In Morocco. It's been going on for the past few years now. I think by 2020 they're planning to export electricity to Europe. And actually, in that little part of the world, they can produce enough electricity for the entire planet several times over.
What?
Yes. And it's not, I mean, this is not just,
How big is this solar farm?
Well, not just that farm, but the area, the sort of, the Sahara and so forth. So there would have to be a bigger, enterprise, but still, it's far.
Well, if you covered the Sahara with solar panels, is that what you're saying? No. Well, it's not doing much. It's not doing us any good there, is it? It's just a bunch of sand. Quite right, too.
Yeah, well, there you go. So, yeah, I mean, it is doable. It's not something that you have to be, be praying for.
I think the problem with the solar at the moment, the problem with renewable energy is the storage part, isn't it? I mean, it can become much more efficient than it is. I mean, we're at the foothills of that technical revolution, absolutely. But I think the battery part is the problem bit.
That's come leaps and bounds.
Absolutely, yes. And I was watching something the other day that says they've just come up with some battery that can charge your phone 1,000 times more quickly than it can currently be charged. How marvellous does that sound?
Probably using graphene.
I don't know. Well, that was the wonder material, wasn't it? A couple of years ago, somebody, I think it was a British person,
Manchester, I think the two Russians.
I think they almost immediately gave it away, didn't they? In the typical fashion of Brits, we invent something and then somebody else makes all the money off it. And so I think that's precisely what they did. Wasn't it that somebody was looking at a pencil and they marked a piece of paper with the pencil, by which method, amazingly, they discovered the properties of graphene? Isn't that right? Something along those lines. And it can do anything. That's what we were told. It's going to be this revolutionary material, and we heard nothing about it since.
Yeah. You mentioned about storage. They can store heat in molten salt at this farm. I think they can store this heat for up to 8 hours.
Molten salt?
Yes.
Molten salt?
Mm-hmm. Yes. So it's salt heated to quite incredible temperatures.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. There's something to look forward to. Do you want vinegar and molten salt on that?
But really, what I want to get across is that it is doable. It's not that we don't have the actual solution.
It's political will that is the problem, and vested interests.
Yes. And there we are.
So I expect it's not going to happen then, because whoever is in charge is only going to listen to, just like Brexit, it's only going to listen to those that shout the loudest. And vested interests have got all of the money. They've got all of the money with which they can shout very loudly indeed. I mean, How many times have you heard that many people are dying because of air pollution in this country? You'd think that the government would have done something about it by now. But no, they have to be taken to court by the blooming ew, just in order to try to save our lives. A third of British children are breathing air so polluted it risks damaging their health, according to a report that just came out. UNICEF said Britain is in the midst of a toxic air crisis that risks booming into a full-scale public health emergency if it is not tackled. Well, that means it will become a full-scale public health emergency, because we ain't going to tackle it. Because it would mean changing the way that we live, and nobody wants to do that. We'll just cross our fingers and hope that it doesn't happen. Unfortunately, it already has happened. UNICEF said Britain's in the midst of a toxic air crisis that risks booming into a full-scale public health emergency. And that phrase, risks becoming, is a bit off, considering that at least 4.5 million children in the UK, 30% of all under 18s are growing up in areas with unsafe levels of particulate matter in the air. And if it's in the air, it goes in their face holes. And, with the result that more than 40,000 people are thought to die early every year in the UK because of air pollution. I ain't making this stuff up. So it's not a risk that it might become a national health emergency. It's happened already. I mean, if a drug, a recreational drug, was causing 40,000 deaths a year, the army would be on the streets killing dealers, wouldn't they? But they're not, because you can't get high on pollution. You can only get dead. So that's all right then.
Oh, fabulous.
And of course, children at the highest risk of being harmed by this, physiologically far more susceptible to air pollution because of their lungs and brains and immune systems are still developing. Children, they're like human beings, but smaller. And they tend to receive higher doses of toxic air than adults, is because they breathe twice as fast. And because they're lower to the ground. And that's also why the worst place for traffic pollution is in your car. Because the car intake of air for your heater and your aircon comes from the exhaust pipe of the car in front of you. Which is why I always leave a giant gap between me and the car in front when I'm stuck stationary at traffic lights. Much to the fury of the people behind me, who think that if I budge up, then they're going to get to where they're going more quickly, which makes no sense, but it just drives people berserk. You've left a gap. I want to kill you. And the amount of times that I find myself driving along and I have to turn the heater off because it's just sucking in poisonous gases from the car in front. I have to hold my breath, which is probably not a great step forward in road safety. I'm losing consciousness, my eyes are crossed, I'm still driving. Professor Jonathan of the Royal College of Paediatrics and Child Health said 1/3 of the UK's children are breathing in harmful levels of air pollution, which puts them at a high risk of asthma and lung infections, which can be fatal. Nothing important, just, they're going to die, that's all. 1.6 million under 5s. And 270,000 babies are living in areas that breach air pollution levels set by the World Health Organization. But what does the World Health Organization know about health? I bet it's Project Fear. And of course we're dragging our feet on this, because every time some politician pops their head above the parapet to save us, we complain and complain and complain.
Stop whining.
We complain about recycling, and we complain about bike lanes, and we complain about speed limits.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
And we are notoriously bad at controlling air pollution in this country. 37 British cities persistently display illegal levels of air pollution, which has seen the government repeatedly taken to court by the dreaded ew. I mean, you imagine that. That has to be the first priority of any government, the protection of its citizens. How are they doing?
Dreadful.
The government's clean air strategy, promising action to reduce emissions from a variety of sources, was published a little while ago. But the UNICEF UK report said its targets fall short of international recommendations. which is entirely predictable. They'll do a little bits to make it to seem as though they're doing something, but not enough to upset the status quo. And just compare and contrast that with the government stance on marijuana, for instance, which will remain illegal to protect your health. They aren't remotely interested in your health. They just don't want to do anything that might be unpopular because it might get them unelected, which is actually the opposite of what they're there for. I mean, we hire people who are supposed to be brighter than we are to make dispassionate decisions for our best interests, but they're not doing that. They are failing at that task. They're making decisions based on their interests. They're just doing what they think we will approve of, not what's actually best for us. Which is why they won't do anything radical to change our air. I mean, the government's behind opening a third runway at Heathrow, for crying out loud, increasing the number of polluting flights across the most polluted place in the land. If that doesn't tell you everything you need to know about government's priorities, I don't know what will. We're doomed. And that's partly what's fueling those, and I use the word fueling without trying to be punning about it, fueling the violence in France. Because the highly unpopular leader of France wants to try and do something about pollution and about global warming. And there ain't no way around it. It's going to cost people money. And that's the last thing that anybody wants to spend. Even though the acquiring money doesn't actually make people happy. Just ask those perfect 6 foot blonde people in Scandyland who are taxed up to their eyeballs. And they are, they're so full of HAPPY-ness they don't know what to do. Fit to burst, they are. King's Cross. Oh, Ivan.
Hi, Nick.
Ivan.
I got 2 things I want to talk about. Basically, the number about pollution, I'm not really sure how they reach them, so I'm not going to, believe them just, right now. I don't know if they do autopsies on dead people and they look at the lungs or what exactly, but the number they just give, round it to 0, it's a bit suspicious, so I would like to know. Because if you look at China and, the U.S., some countries, you can actually see the smog on the horizon, and you don't see this in London. You don't have,
Well, yes, you do, Ivan.
The scale of what you have in China and
LA,
it's not, for example.
No, it's not that bad.
Well, it's not even a tenth of that bad. If you take a picture from East London all across London and towards let's say, sunset, you cannot see a dark curtain across the city, smog.
Well, you can in the summertime, but does that actually make a difference? You're saying it's not as bad as it is. Wait, hang on a minute. You're saying it's not as bad as elsewhere, therefore we don't need to worry.
No, I mean, I would I would worry, but I need to know exactly how they reached those numbers.
No, I've just given you numbers, and you just dismiss them out of hand because you prefer not to believe them.
No, I will believe it, but I want to know who exactly is counting and how, what methodology they're using. Is it autopsy, or are they just making questionnaires, sending them out to GPs, or what exactly?
Asking dead people to fill them in. How many times have you breathed
GPs,
in?
sending them to GPs, or maybe doing autopsies on lungs of dead people. Right. Or exactly are they counting those 10, how many thousands a year or something, 50,000?
40, 50,000, something like that. Well, that's their estimate.
Anyway, that's
I mean, if it was 4, would that be okay? You just cross your fingers and hope you weren't one of those people.
No, but I mean, if you want to talk about people not dying, then we can put the 700,000 a year from smoking and alcohol. So we're going to ban alcohol and tobacco and caffeine.
Well, I think we should ban tobacco at the very least. That's the worst drug that has ever been invented. What's
alcohol
it for? The only reason for taking tobacco is to stop the pain of not taking it. It's absolutely the worst drug that's ever been invented.
Anyway, I got the second thing I want to tell you.
Yes.
Basically, regarding the European Union and Brexit. I think people should people should take a step back and look at the world map and realize that some countries, maybe not in the UK or Europe, but some countries like the US, for example, they plan ahead for decades.
No, they don't.
Like the government.
No, they don't.
Yes,
Donald Trump plans ahead for decades. Donald Trump doesn't even plan ahead for tomorrow.
No, not him, not the government that's voting in, or the representative. I'm talking about the military, for example, they have plans to, like, you know, for breakouts of like various flus and, you know, invasions and all that. They make plans and countermeasures. What I'm thinking is, you know, all of these wars, like the last 20 years. Then you have the crisis in 2008. They originate from the U.S. You know, they affect, like, in one case the whole financial world. In another case, the Middle East with wars. You have migrants. They're not going to flock to Russia, which is like poor, or China, which is like populated, or the U.S. across it. They're going to go straight into Europe and destabilize the European Union.
Who's going to do that?
Well, a financial crisis will do that partially. Millions of migrants pushing into Europe.
Oh, okay. Right. Well, the migrants from South America aren't going to come to Europe, are they? They're just going to go north to America.
Those from Syria and Afghanistan and Iraq and Iran and all of those.
Yes, quite possibly, just because that's where we are, yeah.
If you look at Russia, they're a military power. China, it's a military and economic.
Right, but what's your point, though?
Well, there are already 4 major powers. I don't think the U.S. really wants the EU to exist. Basically,
they don't. Well, Donald Trump doesn't want the EU to exist because
not Donald Trump. I'm saying about the military, industrial people that have jobs for like decades. You know, they have to plan ahead for these things.
Well, I think you're giving them too much credit, Ivan. I don't think that even if you could plan ahead for decades, then what changes in that period of time would make all your plans moot. Won't make no difference one way or the other. But I still fail to understand your point. What's your point?
Well, the point is, every country wants to maintain supremacy, right?
Supremacy?
And whoever's other, like financial, military dominance over every other country. That's what the U.S. does. That's what China does.
I don't think that's true. Okay, U.S. and China are fighting it out at the moment, yes.
Yeah, so...
It's not every country, it's 2.
Would they like another European army, like a United States of Europe, to suddenly appear on the map? Would they like that competition? Of course not. So, you know, better to destabilize and hope it breaks up. First Brexit, then Franksit and German exit, whatever. I mean, why would you want to have a block of united countries compete?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I fail to understand what the point is. What point are you making?
The point is...
Well, you keep saying that, but you keep not giving me the point. You're giving me information, but I don't know what the information is leading to. Can you nutshell it for me?
Well, I don't
quickly.
Yeah, okay. Basically, our allies, you know, like across the pond, they're not really interested in our...
Bingo! Yes, okay, finally got there. Absolutely. Don't trust Donald Trump. He is not interested in us. Or us, even. Not remotely interested. And neither is Melania.
I don't care.
Exactly. Let's have Hither Green. Rosamond.
Hello, Nick.
Rosamond.
I just wanted to respond to that gentleman you were just speaking to who sadly has some doubts about the facts and figures you were giving about air pollution. I am the lady who's trying to get a new inquest into my daughter's death, and that's probably one of the reasons why, to put the information out there so the public can see what happened to her and then they can make up their own minds.
Well, it's very unfortunate that what you just said, and my commiserations. But unfortunately, what people will hear is just white noise. They aren't really interested in facts. They're just interested in feelings, and that's true of Brexit, and it's true of everything that we're facing at the moment. And if it means that we have to change our lives in some way, that there's some inconvenience, then people will just dismiss any piece of information that comes their way, saying they don't believe it. Scientists have got something wrong previously, therefore we can't trust them from this moment on. Well, other scientists have said that it might not necessarily be so, even though they may be in the vast majority may agree. But there may be one that doesn't, and that's the one that they'll believe. So I really don't expect that we're going to save ourselves. What would be good is if we had people working for us that made decisions based on our best interests, and those would have to be politicians. But unfortunately, they aren't going to do that because they rely on us for their jobs. And we are a fickle bunch, and if they displease us in any way, shape or form, then we aren't going to continue to employ them. And so the politicians that, we get a fair amount of money. I mean, it's not small, is it? Not compared to the general population. We give them that in order that they can overcome our worst instincts and do what's best for us. But they won't. Because I suppose they're human beings. If only we could have robots. That might be what saves the human race, is that robots take over. They could have us as pets. I think I would quite like that. When's dinner?